Most of what keeps you awake at night is beyond your control, but you suffer as if it were yours to fix. For the next few hours, we'll explore timeless Stoic principles that can change how you live today, ideas that turn worry into calm, anger into clarity, and chaos into something you can carry. And it begins with the simplest, most practical question of all. What you control, what you don't. The morning begins with a small test you didn't schedule. The train doors slide shut just as you reach them. Your inbox has multiplied overnight like a family of rabbits. A message arrives that could have been kinder. In the kitchen, the coffee sloshes onto the sleeve you meant to keep presentable for a meeting that may or may not start on time anyway. None of these things asked your permission. They rarely do. The old Stoics started there, with a blunt and liberating sorting. Some things are up to you, and some things are not. What is up to you leaves very close. Your judgments, your intentions, the effort you bring, the words you choose, the boundaries you draw, how you steer your attention when the day tries to rent it with cheap currency. What is not up to you sits just beyond your fingertips, other people's opinions, the market's mood, the weather, whether the elevator is working, whether the person you love wakes up ready for a hard conversation or needs another hour of quiet. It sounds simple until you watch your hands. How much of a day is spent wrestling the wind? You argue with delays as if the argument were a tool. You bargain with outcomes as if outcomes were employees. You try to bend another person's feelings as if they were dials on your own dashboard. The result is a kind of friction burn, energy spent on what the world will not sell, paid for with the attention you needed for what was actually yours. Picture your life as a small boat on a large water. You cannot command the wind. You can trim the sail. You cannot cancel the current. You can keep an honest hand on the oar. When you tend what is yours, the oar, the sail, you discover a paradox. Influence returns. Not omnipotence, not a magic spell, but the steadier power that grows when you stop throwing your strength at what will not move and start shaping what will. Try this as an experiment you can repeat in less than a minute. Place 2 invisible baskets on the table in front of you. In one, gently set everything that will not obey you: traffic, verdicts, the past, the next person's choice. In the other, set what is yours. The tone of your reply, the quality of your effort, the boundary you've been postponing, the rhythm of your breath as you walk into the room. Then work only from the second basket. You will still care about the first. You just won't spend yourself trying to pick it up. This sorting is not an excuse to withdraw. It's an invitation to precision. You still fight for what matters, but you fight where you can plant your feet. You still plan, but you hold the plan lightly enough that reality can add its edits without breaking you. You still care what people feel, but you stop stapling your mood to their weather report. Responsibility doesn't shrink here. It sharpens. You become the sort of person whose promises are made of actions, not forecasts. Notice what softens when you live this way. A canceled flight is still inconvenient. It no longer has the job of defining who you are today. A curt message still stings. It doesn't get to commandeer the tone of the next 5 you send. A project wobbles. You return to the part of it that needs your hands instead of narrating catastrophe. Relief isn't passive. It's the quiet strength of stopping the leak at the valve you actually control. There will be misfires. You'll reach for the wrong basket. You'll try to lift someone else's decision, feel it refuse your grip, and call the refusal unfair. That's all right. Return to the oar. Return to the tone. Return to the sentence you can make cleaner, the boundary you can draw kindly, the hour you can keep from being sold to distraction. A day built from those returns becomes the kind that is hard to knock over. And yet, even after this sorting, one question lingers in the doorway. You can't control the weather of events. You can steer your response. But what is the bridge between the two? What turns a sudden downpour into either a ruined afternoon or a story you'll tell smiling? Why does the same setback bend one person and embitter another? If you look closely at the moment where feeling meets fact, you can see it, the hinge that decides whether you're carried or dragged. It isn't the event itself. It's something smaller and more powerful, happening in the split second after the world arrives and before you act. Events versus your judgments. A message pings, "Call me when you can." Your chest tightens before you've heard a word. You catch a look on a colleague's face and decide you've disappointed them. A cloud moves over the sun, and the afternoon feels like a verdict. The Stoics pointed to this tiny hinge in the mind and said, "Here, this is where suffering often enters, not through the event itself, but through the judgment you attach to it." Events are blunt. The train is late. A project slips. Someone speaks sharply. Judgments are what you layer on top. This is a catastrophe. I'm incompetent. They're disrespectful. Today is ruined. The first set belongs to the world. The second belongs to you. The moment you confuse them, the mind becomes a courtroom, gavel heavy, sentencing swift, appeals endless. This isn't an argument against feeling. Your nervous system evolved to make fast sense of noise, but what's fast isn't always accurate. Catch the instant after a thing happens and before the story wraps itself around it. A client cancels. True, my career is over, is an opinion rehearsed until it sounds like fact. A friend reschedules. True, they don't value me, is speculation run through an amplifier called fear. Stoic practice isn't to call the feeling false, it's to separate description from interpretation long enough to check your math. Try it quietly, midday, without announcing your philosophy. Describe the event in one sentence a journalist couldn't argue with. Then ask what else could be true that still fits the facts. The curt email might be a migraine, a toddler with a fever, a commute done in sirens. The tense meeting might be a room full of people living through afternoons you cannot see. You don't have to adopt the kindest story, you just have to loosen your grip on the cruelest one long enough to regain agency. Treat judgments like weather alerts, not commandments. A thought arrives. Disaster. Label it as an impression, not reality. I'm having the thought that this is a disaster. That extra scaffolding buys a few inches of space. In those inches, reactions change shape. You answer the part you can answer. Drink water, walk once around the block, and the thing that looked like a wall becomes only a door you don't like because it squeaks. The Stoics weren't naive. Some events are truly hard. Illness, loss, injustice with teeth. Even there, judgments either multiply harm or keep it from spreading. This shouldn't be happening hardens pain into struggle. It is happening. What's good practice here? Turns the same pain into work you can actually do. You don't have to like the assignment to begin it. You do have to stop grading the universe before you pick up the pencil. Notice how judgments colonize time. One sharp moment becomes a ruined day because the mind keeps renewing the lease each hour with the same sentence. Interrupt the renewal, ring-fence the difficulty, 30 minutes to address it, then return your hands to something you can move. When the thought breaks containment and barges in, meet it with the same line, "Not now, I have a time for you." That isn't denial, it's stewardship. This discernment protects relationships. When you treat your reading of someone as the person, you argue with a painting you made, replace "you are careless" with, "When X happens, I read it as careless." Is that accurate? Trade accusations for descriptions and questions. You may still disagree, but you'll have argued with a human being instead of with your projection, which is the difference between heat and light. Your body listens to language. Shoulders preparing for a fight relax when you rename attack as ambiguous signal. A jaw rehearsing a future argument loosens when you swap always for today. When your words move from verdict to observation, your system exits sirens and re-enters daylight. You go from being carried by the feeling to carrying it. You will still mistake opinion for fact a dozen times before lunch. The art is returning. See the leap. Label it. Step back onto ground. Act from the cooler place you've reclaimed. Over time, the muscle grows. You still feel the first flash, but you no longer build a house there. Here's the payoff. Untangle events from judgments, and the world becomes workable. A delay becomes time to rehearse. A criticism becomes a map with a few useful landmarks. A closed door becomes a wall that will accept a hinge. You won't always want to do the work those transformations require. Wanting isn't the point. Agency is. And once you see how much weight is self-constructed, a bolder question appears. If judgments can darken a room, can they also light it? If interpretation can sink you, can it also teach you to float? The next step in the Stoic toolkit says yes. Aim the mind so that what blocks you becomes the very material you build with. In other words, let the obstacle become the way. The obstacle becomes the way. A door jams on a morning you needed everything to go smoothly. You shoulder it once, twice, hear the wood complain, and feel heat gather behind your eyes. The mind's first headline arrives. This ruins the day. But the jam is just a door doing what doors sometimes do. What ruins the day is the sentence you crown it with, and the decision to stop where the world resisted, instead of treating resistance as material. The Stoic reflex is different. Turn impediments into assignments, not as a slogan stapled over frustration, but as a practical pivot. If the path is blocked, the blockage becomes today's path. The meeting evaporates. Then today's work is preparation, repair, or relationship, tending you usually postpone in the name of busyness. The plan hits weather. Then today's work is seamanship, trim, steer, watch the sky, don't waste strength yelling at wind. You are not required to enjoy the gusts. You are invited to become the person who can use them. Begin with precision. Don't call the wall a ribbon. Name the difficulty exactly. Laptop died mid-deadline is not the universe hates me. It is battery, backup, time. Specifics give you handles. Drama gives you heat with nothing to hold. Then ask a small Stoic question. Which virtue is the obstacle demanding? Wisdom to separate fact from panic. Temperance to resist sugary solutions. Justice to keep others whole while you fix your peace. Courage to move while the outcome remains unpromised. Once the wall has a shape, you have a stance. Physics helps. Push straight against a stuck thing and you tire. Change angle and the same force moves it. Practically, that means altering scale and tempo. Shrink the problem. One email, one call, one tightened screw, one sentence that prevents 3 future clarifying messages. Slow the problem. 10 breaths, one plain description a journalist couldn't dispute, a clean separation of event from judgment. In the space you just made, options appear that sprinting obscured. Look for the function inside the frustration. Stuck in line becomes attention practice. A public mistake becomes rehearsal for apology without theater. A delay becomes an hour for skill. Wealth that travels. Even grief, which cannot be hacked, offers tasks that honor love, calls, paperwork, food for someone who forgot to eat. Hands need work so the heart doesn't turn pain into collateral damage. Often the obstacle reveals training you didn't know you were doing. The difficult teammate forces clarity. Months later, your writing is cleaner. The canceled job teaches budgeting. A year later, the cushion protects a better opportunity. An injury removes one identity and introduces you to silence you learn to bear. When the body returns, it returns to a wider room. Hardship isn't noble by itself. Making it usable is the craft. Use a small ritual. When something blocks you, finish the sentence, "Good, now I get to practice such and such." Not toxic cheerfulness, but a cue to recruit a virtue. Good, now I get to practice patience while staying effective. Good, now I get to practice asking for help without making it a referendum on my worth. Good, now I get to practice calm speech when adrenaline wants performance. The reframing doesn't erase difficulty, it hands you back the steering wheel. Some days the storm is larger than your sail. Then the assignment narrows. Protect your character. Do not add avoidable harm to unavoidable pain. Refuse shortcuts that trade tomorrow's respect for 15 minutes of relief. Keep the tools dry. and your name intact. The obstacle becomes the way does not mean every wall will yield today. It means you will not spend today making yourself smaller in front of it. Teams and families feel this posture. Rooms that expect panic get proportion instead. Colleagues who expect blame hear description and next actions. Children who expect a lecture see a model. You start measuring yourself not by whether things went your way, but by whether you kept your way when they didn't. Confidence changes flavor. Less brittle optimism that promises good weather, more durable faith that you can sail in more kinds of weather. If you want an even tighter drill, try 1 square feet. Wherever the obstacle appears, ask what can I improve in the smallest workable area around it. A messy handoff. Document the step you do control. A hostile thread. One clear reply that lowers temperature and sets the next move. A derailed day. Protect a 25-minute block for real work and guard it like a gate. Iterate those squares and the path reappears under your feet. And yet, there's a horizon beyond even this sturdy craft. Turning resistance into material is powerful, but it starts with a wince. What if the practice could go further than use what happens and begin to say a steadier yes to what happens before the usefulness is obvious? What if the jam, the detour, even the season you would never have chosen could be met not only with, I'll make use of this, but with something quieter and braver, I will befriend this fate. That is the next Stoic step, less about wrestling the current, more about consenting to swim with it. Amor, Fati. Love your fate. You miss the train and for a breath, the day tightens like a fist. Plans shuffle. The old reflex arrives. Resist, rewrite, demand a different morning. Then another option opens, quieter than the first. An inner nod that says, this too. Not a shrug. Not defeat. A consent that refuses to spend your life fighting the weather and learns to sail in it. The Stoics called that posture Amor, Fati, not merely accepting what happens, but befriending it, meeting the shape of the day with a deliberate yes. Yes does not mean you wanted this. It means you will use this. It means you will not exile reality until it meets your specification. It means you choose the relationship you have with unchosen things. Marcus Aurelius wrote, as if speaking to himself on a cold morning, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Amor, Fati adds a layer beneath that craft. It asks you to root for the life you actually have, not the draft you're still trying to resurrect. Start small. The kettle takes longer than you hoped. Instead of narrating theft, you let heat and humming be a bell that calls you to breathe. A meeting moves. You grant the day a new architecture without turning flexibility into bitterness. Traffic slows. You decide to practice attention instead of rehearsal for a fight you'll never have. These are not moral heroics. They are the ordinary mechanics of loving a fate that is always arriving unedited. Loving fate is not passivity. It is the opposite of resignation because it frees energy for the part of the scene that is still yours. You stop throwing strength at the door that won't open and begin building an alternate entrance. You stop arguing with the past and start serving the present. Amor, Fati doesn't mute ambition, it purifies it. You want what you want, but you stop insisting that wanting obligate the world. You work the levers within reach, cheerfully, stubbornly, without the poison of if only. There is courage hiding inside that cheer. To say yes to reality while it is still rough on the tongue requires trust. Trust that your character can metabolize events into something worth carrying. Trust that meaning can be made out of materials you did not choose. This is not optimism. It is craftsmanship. Optimism predicts, craftsmanship attends. The prediction fails or holds, the craft keeps shaping. How to practice? Try the two-part sentence. First, let it be this, not as surrender to harm, but as refusal to waste the hour on fantasies of swapped-out scenes. Then, make me equal to this, equal in patience, equal in clarity, equal in courage. You are asking, in effect, for the virtues the moment is requesting. Steadier breath, cleaner speech, a boundary set without venom, a plan adjusted without drama. You are not pretending the blow didn't land. You are deciding not to add a second blow by resisting what has already occurred. The posture widens with time. You begin to read constraint as form. A tight budget becomes a design brief that makes your work better. A diagnosis becomes a syllabus in attention and proportion. A breakup becomes a house cleaning of habits you'd postponed confronting. The yes you offer isn't to misery, it's to the curriculum that arrives wrapped in daily facts. You don't have to call the facts good. You can still be grateful for what they teach. Amor Fati also rescues joy from bargaining. When you insist on perfect conditions to allow delight, you exile half your life from wonder. If you can love the day while it's rumpled, coffee splotched, schedule dented, you don't lose hours waiting to deserve happiness. Gratitude stops being a speech and turns into eyesight, light through a leaf on a walk you didn't plan to take, the voice of a friend in a gap the delay created, the simple relief of having enough air right now in this unchosen version of the afternoon. There are limits, and love tells the truth about them. You are not required to approve of injustice or call cruelty fate. Amor Fati is not a permission slip for harm. It is a way of refusing to let harm recruit your soul. You can fight clearly without hating the universe for giving you a fight. You can grieve without adding the surcharge of why me to a bill already heavy. You can say yes to carrying what must be carried while saying no, with all your strength, to what should never have been placed on anyone's shoulders. A small ritual helps. When something stings, place a hand on the table or your chest and whisper, yes, to this as it is. Now, what is asked of me? That two-step keeps you from the whirlpool of complaint and deposits you on a patch of usable ground. From there, a next action appears more often than not, a call, an apology, a plan B, a walk, rest. You do the ordinary brave thing instead of trying to edit history with your mind. Strangely, the yes becomes transferable. You start offering it to your own earlier choices, even the imperfect ones. You stop rehearsing the fantasy of the other life you could have had if you'd zigged instead of zagged, and you invest in the excellence of the life that exists. Regret loosens its grip, responsibility strengthens. Love of fate turns the present tense into a home, not a waiting room. And if loving what arrives feels too large, borrow a gentler door. Love the chance to love what arrives. You can want to want it. That small shift is enough to tilt posture and unlock effort. Often the feeling follows the practice, not the other way around. There is one more exercise the old schools used to deepen this consent. If you can train the heart to greet events as welcome guests, you can also train the mind to see the preciousness of what is here by imagining its absence for a moment, not to torture yourself, but to wake gratitude that is asleep when things feel guaranteed. The cup, the room, the face, the body you inhabit. Picture the day when they are not within reach, and watch today brighten without changing its weather. Negative visualization. You set a cup on the table and for a moment pretend your hand misses. Porcelain shatters, coffee blooms across the floor, and the quiet of the morning changes shape. Then you let the image go and lift the cup to your lips. It is whole. The warmth is ordinary, which is to say miraculous, which is to say something you hadn't planned to notice until you rehearsed its absence. The Stoics practiced that rehearsal on purpose. They called it in spirit, the premeditation of misfortune. Imagine losing what you love, not to sadden yourself, not to call bad luck down, but to wake the gratitude that sleeps when things feel guaranteed. The mind drifts toward entitlement by default. It treats the durable as owed. Negative visualization interrupts the drift. A minute of what if not returns the texture to while it is. This is not catastrophizing. Catastrophizing is a storm that takes the roof. It leaves you drenched and paranoid. Negative visualization is a controlled burn. You set a small, bounded fire under supervision so the wild one finds less to eat later. You walk your mind to the edge, look over, and then deliberately walk back with a steadier hand on today. Start with gentle edges. Picture the phone that doesn't ring forever. Feel the empty chair at a dinner not yet here. Imagine your job without the tools you rely on. Your body a little less able than it is this morning. Your home after a power outage you can't predict. Stay for a breath or two. Notice the ache, then return to the room you are actually in. The chair is occupied. The power is on. Your body answers when you ask. Nothing changed but your eyes. The day grew brighter anyway. Done well, this practice doesn't make you morbid. It makes you precise. You complain less by reflex because you've rehearsed the version where you would give anything to have exactly this problem. The line is long, yes. But imagine there were no groceries to buy, no money to purchase them, no strength to carry them home. Now the long line is not a thief. It's part of a larger gift. The same purchase recurs when you settle a petty score. Imagine this were your last hour together. Would you really spend it proving a point? Negative visualization corrects the exchange rate of your attention. There's a second use. Preparation without panic. Imagine a delay and you pre-pack patience into your schedule. Imagine a harsh email and you pre-decide the tone of your reply. Imagine a lost opportunity and you list 3 paths that would still move you forward. Instead of being shocked by ordinary weather, you meet it like a traveler who checked the forecast. You didn't prevent the rain, you brought a jacket and spared yourself the drama. Be careful with dosage. The goal isn't to hover at the cliff all day. It's to visit briefly, harvest the advantages, and leave. If the images stick, add a closing ritual, a hand on the table, a sentence like, I return to what is, one breath through the nose, a small action that anchors you in the present, a sip of water, a short text of thanks, a task done with your full attention. You are teaching the mind that visualization is a tool you hold, not a weather system that holds you. You can apply the practice to your own identity. Picture the version of you who never tried, who stayed safe and small, who avoided discomfort so thoroughly that life lost its edges. Then open your calendar and schedule one brave act that the safer version would decline. Conversely, picture the version of you who never rested, who chased every demand, who burned the wick at both ends because the room clapped. Then cancel one non-essential claim on your evening. Negative visualization isn't only about loss, it's about guarding what you don't want to lose in yourself. Relationships soften under this light. Imagine the last time you'll hear a loved one laugh, and today's joke grows sweeter. Imagine never having met the friend who texts at odd hours, and your phone's buzz stops sounding like an interruption. Imagine a child grown and gone, and the scattered toys become a temporary landscape instead of an offense against order. You're not pretending there won't be messes, you're practicing the gratitude that keeps love from mistaking inconvenience for insult. There is a bolder corner, contemplating mortality, not as theater, but as a correction to the lie of endless afternoons. The jog becomes a privilege, not a chore. The walk from the curb to the door is time you get to have, not time stolen from something more important. The evening is not a staging area for a better life later. It is life. When you imagine the cut, the fabric that remains becomes more vivid to the hand. Some worry this practice is an invitation to fate to take what you cherish. The old philosophers would answer, fate does not need invitations. It will come when it comes. Your choice is whether to arrive at its door already in possession of a skill that keeps your soul from being entirely at its mercy. Negative visualization builds that skill. It trains you to prize what you have while you have it, and to suffer less from the surprise of change when it arrives. You can try a miniature drill today. Before you unlock your front door, pretend for the span of a single breath that it is locked forever, that this home has passed to another set of hands, that the light inside belongs to a stranger you'll never meet. Then open it and step into the life that is still yours. Walk differently for 5 minutes and see what your eyes rescue from background. A scuff that tells a story, a smell that proves someone cooked, the way a chair holds the ghost of a conversation worth having again. There is one more vantage point that can strengthen this gratitude and drain some drama from fear. If imagining absence wakes value at the scale of a room, what happens when you climb higher, when you picture your street from the clouds, your city as a cluster of lights, your problems as small weather in a vast sky? The Stoics had a name for that exercise too, a way of standing above yourself until the proportions change and the heart becomes large enough to carry what it must. The view from above. Step onto a balcony at night and look across the city. Windows glimmer like small fires. Somewhere a kettle sings, somewhere else a door clicks shut and a child returns to sleep. From here, your private weather loosens its grip. The quarrel in your head drops a decibel. The sky does what skies do. It puts things in scale. The Stoics practiced that scaling on purpose. They called it the view from above, an imaginative climb that lifts you out of the keyhole of your own perspective. Begin at arm's length, the table under your hand, the breath that fogs a pane, rise a floor. See your building as a single body, other lives stacked above and below yours, like pages in a book. Rise again. Your street shrinks to lines and lights. The argument from this afternoon is a dot. Higher still, the city becomes pulse and pattern. Clouds drag a sleeve of shadow over districts you've never entered. The river keeps its older agenda. Keep going until the continent is a tone and the planet turns with patient weather, the thinnest blue wrapping everything you love. Nothing about your life has been erased. Context has been added. Worries that felt absolute become local. Judgments that sounded like verdicts become hypotheses you can hold more lightly. Even triumphs relax into proportion, real and earned, yet also one bright thread in a fabric too large for any single mind. The exercise isn't meant to make you small, it's meant to make you accurate. You are not the center. You are not nothing. You are a node in a vast network of breath. From this altitude, anger often drops a size. Picture two tiny figures in a lit rectangle, both tired, both mortal, trading sharpness as if it were a resource. It isn't. The sharpness loses glamour. You see the stress lines behind your conflict running into mornings and losses you can't see clearly. Blame dulls into curiosity. You may still need a boundary. The view simply teaches you to set it without pretending the other person was designed to irritate you. Time clarifies too. Imagine your day as one bead on a long string, parents behind you, their parents behind them, strangers ahead, whose names you'll never learn. The bead you hold is not the whole necklace, but it is the only one you can touch. The view from above hands you both truths at once. Most dramas matter less than your pulse claims. How you treat the next hour matters more than your calendar suggests. Use the exercise as a brief ritual. When the pulse spikes, close your eyes and rise. Room, building, street, city, region, earth. Hold each step long enough to feel edges soften. Notice the noise you can no longer hear. Notice the quiet that remains. Then descend, bringing one lesson back to ground. Proportion, patience, the silliness of a score you were keeping, the tenderness that follows any accurate look at how brief we all are. This humility needn't slide into nihilism. Seeing yourself as small does not make effort pointless. It makes effort cleaner. You aren't building a monument to your name. You're placing a brick in a wall that keeps people warm. You aren't fixing the world alone. You're steadying your square feet so the person who comes after can stand. The work doesn't shrink. The vanity around it does. Praise and blame change flavor from above. Reputation looks like weather over a single field, real enough to soak you, not large enough to define the climate. You begin to prefer being good to being admired, because the former survives a change in barometers and the latter bends with every passing front. You still accept compliments and corrections. You stop treating them as coordinates for your worth. Desire gets edited. Some wants make sense at any altitude. Love given and received, competence, enoughness. Others look strange from a few miles up. The frantic need to win an argument that will be forgotten by lunch. The compulsion to acquire objects that won't outlast the lease on your life. The view doesn't order renunciation. It simply shows you how transient most of it is and invites you to spend yourself on goods that keep their value no matter how high you climb. Try it in miniature today. Step outside and imagine your block from the clouds. Picture each window as a complete interior, with cares as absolute to them as yours are to you. Let that awareness loosen your shoulders by one notch. Then walk back in and do the next small right thing. One more clarity appears at altitude, both unsettling and liberating. Most of what absorbs us, money, status, health, tools, clothes, likes, matters, but not as ends. From above, they look like what they are. Instruments and conditions, worth preferring when all else is equal, dangerous to worship when it isn't. The old philosophers gave such things a clean name and a sane grip, a way to hold them lightly, use them well, and set them down without losing your balance. That's where we turn next. Preferred indifference. You reach the check-in counter, and the attendant offers a choice, middle seat now or window on the later flight. You prefer the window. You don't need it. In the Stoic map, that difference matters. Health, money, reputation, a working laptop, a quiet room, a window seat, these are real advantages. The Stoics didn't deny that. They called them preferred indifference, worth choosing when available, not worth staking your character on. Indifferent didn't mean meaningless. It meant morally neutral, neither virtue nor vice. You can use them well, you can use them poorly. They do not decide whether a life is good in the deepest sense. Your choices do. This reframing clears a surprising amount of fog. You can want the raise and still refuse the flattering half-truth that would get it quicker. You can pursue health and also accept a diagnosis without building your identity from the lab result. You can appreciate praise while declining to turn your hands into machines that manufacture more of it. Preferred indifference are like well-made tools hanging on a pegboard. Reach for them when the task asks, set them back without sulking when the hook is empty. A test helps. If losing it would erase your compass, it wasn't indifferent to you. It was an idol. The phone dies, the project stalls, the audience shrinks. Do you still recognize yourself enough to continue in a manner you respect? If so, you've kept the hierarchy sane, character first, conditions second. If not, the day is offering you curriculum. The work is not to hate the tool, but to loosen your grip until you can hold it without shaking. Indifferents come in two flavors. Some are preferred: health over illness, shelter over exposure, enough money over constant fear. Others are dispreferred: pain, poverty, obscurity. Stoics did not pretend these were equal in comfort. They simply refused to let comfort be the judge of a life. Pleasure, when it visited, was received without debt. Pain, when it arrived, was treated as material for practice. Between those poles, preference stayed gentle. You aim at what helps action and relationship. You consent to reality when it edits your aim. This gentleness rescues decision-making. You choose the better tool not because it will complete you, but because it makes you more capable of doing what you're here to do. Money becomes fuel for promises, not proof of worth. Status becomes leverage for service, not a mirror you keep checking. Even time, so often hoarded like coins, turns into a budget for the good you can actually perform today. When the tool is unavailable, you don't narrate apocalypse, you change plans. The mission didn't change, only the equipment list did. In practice, this looks ordinary. You buy sturdy shoes so your attention can belong to walking, not blisters. You accept the meeting room with poor lighting and still speak plainly. You thank fortune for a tailwind and keep rowing when it shifts. You stop treating conveniences like rights, and gratitude returns because so much of what works is contingent and brief. The elevator arrives. Thank you. It breaks, stares. There is room here for taste. Preferring the window seat is not a crime. It's a preference. The difference is what you're willing to trade to keep it. If keeping it costs honesty, kindness, or peace of mind purchased with someone else's discomfort, the preference has grown beyond its rank. Preferred indifference teach you to ask a better price question. What must never be spent? Sometimes the discipline runs the other way. You voluntarily choose a dispreferred indifferent to strengthen your grip. A cold walk when a car is available, a simpler meal when plenty sits within reach, an hour without your name online, not as punishment, but as training. Proof to yourself that you can be well with less, that your happiness is portable. Then when life removes a convenience without asking, your hands already know how to remain steady. This lens also clarifies conflict. If reputation is an indifferent, then slander is weather, not a sovereign. You can correct the record where it matters and let the rest blow through. If comfort is an indifferent, you can tolerate a little discomfort to keep a promise. If victory is an indifferent, you can stop mortgaging your best self to win skirmishes that don't aim at anything worth owning. Try a quiet experiment today. Before a decision, name the roles present: virtue, tool, outcome. Virtue is who you intend to be: just, courageous, temperate, wise. Tools are the conditions you prefer: money, time, health, approval. Outcomes are what may or may not land, despite your best craft. Then choose in that order. If a tool conflicts with virtue, put it down. If an outcome tempts you to warp the method, shrink the outcome until your integrity can carry it. The payoff is strange relief. Life gets easier to govern when fewer things are allowed to govern you. You still welcome comforts. You no longer petition them like small gods. You still plan. You no longer assign your mood to plans you haven't met yet. You still savor praise. You no longer let it lease your steering wheel. Preferred indifferents remain welcome guests. They do not get a key. And this sets up the next subtler selection you'll face 100 times in a week, in a disagreement, a negotiation, a family tangle. What do you prefer most, being declared the winner or keeping the interior weather calm enough to choose well? If victory itself is an indifferent, then the target shifts. The question is no longer how do I win this, but how do I keep my equilibrium, and sometimes let that be the win. Tranquility over victory. You compose the perfect comeback in your head. It lands, the room goes quiet, and for a minute you feel taller. Then the adrenaline lingers. Your shoulders stay high. You replay the moment on loop, drafting edits for a scene that is already over. You won, but the victory rented your nervous system for the rest of the day. The Stoic alternative measures a different prize, not the applause, not the points scored, but the interior quiet that lets you choose well in the next hour. Tranquility over victory. Tranquility is not passivity. It's usable calm, clarity under heat, the kind of steadiness that makes fewer mistakes and fewer messes to clean. Winning is sometimes compatible with it. Often it isn't. Ask before you swing, what will this cost my peace to collect? If the price is high and the stakes are small, let the point drift downstream. Keep the river clear. Try a simple audit in conflict. There are 3 things you can pursue: truth, relationship, and triumph. You rarely get all 3 at once. If you chase triumph, you'll flatten the other 2. If you guard truth and relationship, you often get something better than triumph. Progress you can live with. Tranquility prefers the kind of outcome that leaves tomorrow's bridge standing. Use short, clean sentences. They protect stillness. That doesn't work for me. Here's what I can do. Let's pause and pick this up at 3. These aren't evasions. They're exits from the carnival of escalation. Online, the calmest move is usually the small one. Ask for a source. State your view once. Leave. The scoreboard will tempt you back. Let it flash in an empty stadium. The ego will protest. Don't be a doormat. Tranquility hears that and answers with boundary plus breath. You can say no without theater. You can set terms without contempt. If a conversation keeps asking you to spend your peace for pennies, end it. I'm not available for this tone. We'll talk when we're both cooler. Refusal, delivered plainly, is a form of care for them, for you, for the ground you share. Practice the 5-degree rule. Aim not to be ice-cold, numb, or red-hot reckless, but 5 degrees cooler than the room. Lower your voice when theirs rises. Slow your sentence when theirs sprints. People match tempos. Offer one that helps everyone think. You will not always be followed. Offer it anyway. Tranquility is leadership without the badge. Pre-commit to calm when you're clear, because you won't choose it easily when you're lit. Write a tiny policy for yourself. In conflict, I ask one clarifying question before any rebuttal, or I never send an angry email the same hour it was drafted. Policies spare you from improvising a better self under pressure. Classify the trivial. Ask the grain of sand question, will this matter for a week? If not, let it pass. Ask the burn rate question, how many minutes of peace am I willing to spend maintaining this grievance? Then pay only that, on purpose, and stop when the budget's gone. Nothing clarifies like accounting. Guard your inputs. Tranquility is allergic to outrage diets. Curate what you consume before noon. Choose sources that inform without inflaming. A calmer morning pays interest all afternoon. When you must fight, fight well. Tranquility doesn't outlaw anger. It refuses sloppy anger. Keep your claims specific. Speak to behavior, not identity. Offer one workable next step. Afterward, sweep, repair what you scuffed that didn't need scuffing. Winning without cleanup is just leaving a mess for the future you. Rehearse small losses to strengthen your grip on peace. Let someone merge. Allow the last word to be a harmless inaccuracy. Accept the slower line. Each time you decline to buy a petty win, you tell your nervous system a useful truth: we are safe without triumph. Then, when a high-stakes moment arrives, you have savings to spend on proportion. Carry a pocket question for the day's tight corners. What would preserving calm let me do next that winning wouldn't? Usually the answer is think, listen, continue, sleep. All of those out-earn a fleeting domination. The payoff isn't just comfort. Tranquility multiplies competence. You hear more, you aim better. You exit sooner from scenes that don't deserve you. And you keep your hands free for the work that does. Of course, calm isn't a switch. Heat will still rise. The Stoic move is to install a hinge between heat and act, to refuse reflex the keys to the car. Tranquility is the condition that makes that hinge possible. And the hinge in practice is a single beat in time where you trade being driven for deciding. That's where we turn now, the narrow and powerful space where you stop being automatic and become deliberate. Choose response, not reflex. A door slams 2 rooms away, and your body is already halfway to a conclusion. Shoulders lift, jaw sets, a sentence begins writing itself without your consent. This is how most trouble starts. An event, a spike, a reaction that feels inevitable because it was fast. Stoicism asks for a different choreography, between the spark and the fire. Insert a hinge. Don't let speed cosplay as truth. Choose response, not reflex. Reflex is ancient and useful when a stove is hot or a car swerves. But most modern burns come from social heat, not flames. A clipped email, a sideways glance, a delay, a rumor. Here, reflex is a poor tool, loud, blunt, eager to protect identity instead of reality. Response is quieter. It buys a sliver of time, checks the label, and selects an action you won't have to apologize for once your chemistry calms down. The hinge can be as small as a breath you can name. Inhale for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 6. While you do it, pin the present to a fact. An email arrived. Not they're disrespecting me. The nervous system takes instruction from language. When you move from verdict to description, adrenaline has fewer places to stick. Add a simple script. Say what I see. Ask what I don't. Offer what I can. Say what you see. The deadline we set is tomorrow, and the assets aren't here. Ask what you don't. Is there a blocker I don't know about? Offer what you can. I can extend 24 hours if we align on new milestones. You are not being soft. You are being effective. Reflex performs. Response moves the day. Posture helps. Put both feet on the floor, lower your shoulders, unhook your tongue from your teeth. It sounds cosmetic. It isn't. The body is a steering wheel for the mind. Slowing the body's theater weakens the script that insists on escalation. Decide policies when you're calm, because you won't invent them when you're lit. I never send a heated message inside the hour. I ask one clarifying question before disagreeing. I do not argue after 10 p.m. Policies are compassion for future you. They keep a single bad minute from renting the whole night. Name the stakes accurately. Reflex treats everything like a house on fire. Response sorts. Is this a smoldering wire you must cut now, or a noisy alarm you can silence and inspect in the morning? Most alarms are cheap. Treat them that way. Save urgency for the rare scenes that deserve it, so you can recognize them when they arrive. Catch cognitive bait. Absolutes like always, never, obviously, are reflexes' favorite accelerant. Replace them with smaller words like today. Sometimes, from my side, watch how the temperature drops when the sentence does. You are not downgrading conviction. You are upgrading precision. Practice micro-delays. Let one car merge. Count to 3 before replying to the text that would keep you up arguing. Reply to the content of a message, not the tone. Once. Each micro-delay stores proof in your body we can outwait the first wave. When the big swell comes, you'll have balance. When you must be sharp, be surgical. Aim at behavior, not identity. Ask for a specific next step. End with a summary that a reasonable opponent could sign. We disagree on X. We're trying Y by Friday. I'll report back. Then stop. Reflex will try to reopen the case for sport. Response closes the file and returns you to work. Notice how choosing response preserves options. Reflex collapses the future into one track. Escalation, defense, regret. Response keeps doors open. You can change your mind without eating crow. You can apologize without self-indictment. You can walk away without theatrics because you didn't set the stage on fire on your way out. This hinge is also a tool for desire. Many reflexes are just cravings with good PR, compulsion to check, to buy, to win the small argument, to fill boredom with sugar. The same pause that saves a relationship can save a budget, a diet, a morning. Ask, what is this impulse promising? What will it actually deliver in an hour? The answer is often a short spike, then a long leak. Choose the action that reduces leaks. Carry one pocket line for the day's frictions. I don't have to feel like this to act like this. You can be annoyed and still be clear, anxious and still be kind, tired and still be proportionate. That is adulthood as a skill, not a mood. And once you can pause, you inherit a new freedom. You can aim the hinge at your wants. If you can choose how to respond to what stings, you can also choose how much to want before the wanting chooses for you. The next step is the gentlest austerity with the richest yield, teaching your appetite to ask for less, so the ordinary can taste like enough. Want less, enjoy more. You bring home a new gadget, and for a week, it's magic. You polish its face with your sleeve, open and close it just to hear the click. By the second week, it is furniture. By the third, your eyes have found a newer model. The joy didn't leave. It leaked through a hairline crack called wanting. Stoicism proposes a quieter repair. Turn the knob down on desire so ordinary life grows audible again. Not ascetic self-punishment, not performative minimalism, just a deliberate lightening of appetite until the day can carry you without extra scaffolding. Want less, and the same street begins to give more. Watch how the leak happens. Attention lands on what you don't have, and the mind drafts a contract when the thing arrives. Then contentment. The signature looks small. The interest rate is brutal. You ship your mood to a future warehouse and rent the present to impatience. The package comes. The meter resets. Hedonic adaptation isn't a failure of character. It's a feature of nerves. The practice is not to hate that feature, but to design around it. Begin with scale. Shrink treats until they fit inside the day you already have. A walk without headphones lets the neighborhood reappear. A plain mug, warm in both hands, returns coffee from fuel to experience. Eat a simple dinner at a table cleared of screens, and notice how taste recovers when spectacle isn't seasoning every minute. Pleasure wasn't absent, it was masked by volume. Then adjust tempo. Delay by default. Give yourself 24 hours before buying what an algorithm insists you deserve. Half of desire burns off in that small weather pattern called time. The wants still standing usually have dignity. When you do buy, choose tools you'll use hard. Use brings more gladness than display, and repair brings more meaning than replacement. Practice subtraction as a form of appetite hygiene. Remove one app that keeps turning your boredom into shopping. Donate clothes that turn mornings into auditions. Clear a surface and assign it a single job, reading, breakfast, thinking, so that the job regains its flavor. Each bit of empty space functions like a palate cleanser. The next bite of life tastes more like itself. Train for lean weather while you're warm. Choose a cheaper meal on purpose. Walk when a ride would be easy. Sleep without the extra pillow you swear is essential. Not as Puritanism, but as proof you can be well with less. Later, when life removes a comfort without asking, you won't mistake inconvenience for catastrophe. Gratitude, the shy cousin of joy, steps forward faster when it knows the way. Recalibrate goals from ownership to use. If you love music, want time to listen rather than more speakers. If you love travel, want fluency and noticing rather than more stamps. It's astonishing how often we chase symbols and miss the thing itself. Wanting less of the wrapper returns you to the fruit. Desire isn't only for stuff. We want to win small arguments, to be first to respond, to be seen a certain way. Ask what each of those purchases cost your peace. The last word pays badly. The instant reply rents your evening. The curated image makes you a publicist for a client who's never satisfied. Trading these wants for quieter ones, being useful, being honest, being here, compounds into a life with fewer leaks. Savoring is the natural dividend. When appetite stops sprinting ahead, perception fattens. The afternoon glare on a wall is no longer background, it's an event. The first cold minute under a shower registers as proof you're alive, not prelude to comfort. Even work improves, because the part of you that once needed novelty now tolerates repetition long enough to make skill. This is not a vow to live small. It's permission to live dense. Owning less attention-hungry stuff gives your best attention back to what can actually reciprocate. Craft, friendship, the kind of leisure that leaves you more human after it's done. Enjoy more isn't code for bigger fireworks. It means your nervous system stops outsourcing delight to the next acquisition and learns the taste of enough. A small ritual helps. When you feel the reach for something new, ask 2 questions. What promise is this want making? What proof do I have it can deliver longer than an hour? Then look around and pick one thing already present to meet the same need. Water for restlessness, a call for loneliness, a walk for foggy thought. Replace the shopping cart with a different cart. Breath, movement, conversation, effort. None of this holds if the door to wanting is left unguarded. The appetite you're taming is fed, minute by minute, by what you let in through your eyes and ears. If you wish to want less, you must first learn to choose what you're shown. Desire follows attention the way vines follow light. So the next skill is exactly that, standing at the threshold of your senses like a careful host and deciding what gets past the rope. Guard the gate of attention. Every morning, a line forms outside your mind. Headlines, alerts, memories, appetites, other people's urgency, each asking for a wristband. If you wave everyone through, the room fills with noise, and you end up living a day chosen by strangers and reflexes. Stoicism starts at the door. Attention is your town square and your workshop. Treat the threshold like it matters. This isn't about hiding from the world. It's about admission policies. Ask of anything that wants entry. Will this help me think, work, care, or rest? Is it information or stimulation? If it's neither, it belongs outside. Not forever, just not now. The gate is time-bound. No at 9 a.m. can be yes at 7 p.m. when your tools are put away and your mind can afford a stroll. The economy understands attention better than we do. That's why so much machinery exists to harvest it. Feeds are designed casinos. Notifications are little taps on the aquarium glass. You are not a fish. Turn off what does not need to ring. Batch what remains. Choose pull over push. Fetch news once on purpose, instead of letting it drip into you all day like an IV of agitation. A single daily briefing outperforms 1,000 pings. Physical space is policy too. Clear a surface and assign it one job: reading, writing, breakfast. When a table is honest, your mind believes it. Put the phone in another room for the first hour. Replace reflex reaches with a small ritual. Water, a page, a window. You're not becoming a monk. You're setting tone. Tone is leverage. A clean first 10 minutes buys you a clearer 10 hours. Train a few sentences that protect the door when people knock with their weather. I can do this at 2. I'm heads down until lunch. Send details I'll review this evening. Boundaries delivered plainly are easier to honor, even by you. They also teach your nervous system a crucial distinction. Someone else's urgency is not your emergency until you decide it is. Guarding the gate does not mean policing every thought. Minds wander, let them, but give them safe fields. When you feel yourself drifting, don't scold. Redirect. Notice 5 real things: the weight of your feet, the temperature of the room, a sound at mid-distance. Label one task and do it until it clicks. Attention, like a muscle, prefers reps to lectures. Curate your inputs the way a chef curates ingredients. Choose sources that inform without inflaming. Read long sentences written by people who would be embarrassed to trick you. Follow fewer accounts and know them better. Replace doom scroll with done scroll. Stop when you have one actionable item, not when your thumb aches. You will feel less current and more sane. A trade history always rewards. Inside the gate, decide what gets center stage. The day expands to fill your first focus, so make it something you'd be proud to have multiplied. Put your hardest, most meaningful task in the morning sun, then move your meetings into its shade. If you must be reactive, schedule it. Put a fence around email like you would around a garden. You're not avoiding work, you're planting it where it can grow. When intrusion breaks through, and it will, have a reset ritual. Step away, rinse your face, name the interruption in one dry sentence, and choose the next right 30 minutes. 30 minutes is a merciful unit, big enough to matter, small enough to begin. Each clean block repairs the leak. The point isn't to build a fortress, it's to host a better gathering. When the gate is kept, attention becomes a commons where worthwhile things can happen. Craft deepens, conversations land, rest actually rests. You feel less like a hallway and more like a room. There is one more truth at the threshold. What you admit isn't just shaping your thoughts, it's training your appetites. Keep feeding the mind sweetness, and it will ask for sweeter. Offer it clarity, and it will start to crave plain food, exact words, true maps, useful tasks. Gatekeeping, done kindly and consistently, rewires what you want and what you resist. Which is where Stoicism heads next. Attention is the doorway. On the other side, wait your 2 strongest forces. Desire pulling you toward, aversion pushing you away. If you can choose who gets in, you can also choose whom to approach and whom to let pass. The skill is the same, sharpened. Master desire and aversion, so wanting and fearing don't write your schedule for you. Master desire and aversion. 2 forces draft most of your calendar without asking. The pull of wanting and the push of avoiding. Desire says, closer. Aversion says, anywhere but here. Left alone, they run you like weather. Stoicism doesn't try to erase them. It asks you to become their steward. Mastering desire and aversion is less about white-knuckle suppression and more about choosing which signals get to drive and when. Begin by noticing how indiscriminate both can be. Desire doesn't care if the thing will actually satisfy. It cares that it promises relief. That's why a scroll can feel urgent while leaving you emptier. Aversion doesn't care if the task builds a life you'd respect. It cares that your stomach flips when you open the file. The ancient move is to put your faculty of choice back on the throne. Is this worth wanting? Is this fear worth obeying? Not, do I feel like it? But does it align with the person I intend to be? You can practice on small, ordinary temptations. The impulse to check a screen in any silence, the reach for sugar when the afternoon droops, the urge to buy something because a tiny anxiety wants a costume change. Don't scold the urge. Label it craving for distraction, craving for sweetness. Names shrink monsters. Then delay by 1 minute. Drink water. Stand up. Often the flame subsides enough that you can choose deliberately. If it doesn't, decide on a portion and a stop. 1 episode, not an algorithm. 1 square, not a tray. Desire invited to the table with rules. Stop smashing plates. Aversion is trickier because it hides behind reasonable-sounding arguments. I need to be in the right headspace. This project deserves a clean afternoon. Translation: I don't want to tolerate the awkward beginning. Make the beginning smaller. Open the document and write a single, ugly paragraph. Answer 1 email that moves the ball instead of 15 that let you feel productive. Courage rarely arrives before you act. It grows like friction heat once you're moving. A helpful lens is to separate useful desires from noisy ones and useful aversions from cowardly ones. You should desire to keep promises, to learn skills, to rest enough to be decent. You should avoid gossip, self-betrayal, unnecessary harm. The test is whether the want or the fear improves your capacity to do what's right. If it does, feed it. If it merely protects comfort or vanity, starve it gently. Rituals help. Write 2 short lists at breakfast. What I will pursue, what I will refuse. Pursue list. Deep work block. An honest conversation, a walk. Refuse list. Doom scrolling before noon. Second helpings when I'm not hungry. Reactive emails. Keep the lists human-sized. You're training appetite, not staging a coup. Pair that with small rehearsals of dispreferred experiences. Take a colder shower for 30 seconds. Leave the house without the backup item you always carry. Sit with a craving and watch it crest and fall like weather. These are not stunts. They are votes of confidence in your own resilience. Aversion loses authority when your nervous system learns that discomfort is survivable, even sometimes instructive. With desire, move from ownership to use. Ask of anything you want to acquire, how will I use this in a way my values would recognize? If the answer is display, pause. If the answer is craft, learning, service, proceed. Slowly. Slow wanting is wiser wanting. A 24-hour delay removes half the noise from appetite. What remains tends to fit your life. With aversion, reframe the sensations. Butterflies before a presentation are not a command to flee. They are your body allocating fuel. Sweat during a hard conversation is not evidence of failure. It's proof you're alive while doing something meaningful. When you rename signals, fear stops playing tyrant and becomes a courier. Language is leverage. Trade I can't for I don't. I don't check my phone before coffee. I don't escalate after 10 p.m. I don't eat while standing. I don't anchors identity. I can't begs for loopholes. Likewise, trade I have to for I choose to. Choice returns the steering wheel to your hands, which is where both desire and aversion take their cues. You will still be ambushed. A want will slip through the gate and announce itself with confetti. A dread will look enormous at midnight. Install a default line. I don't have to feel like this to act like this. You can want and still decline. Fear and still proceed. Be tired and still be kind. The gap between sensation and action is your training ground. Ethically, this mastery protects other people from your weather. When desire for victory or validation drives, you spend relationships to buy a momentary high. When aversion to discomfort rules, you abandon duties that required you to stay. Moderating both makes you more reliable to live beside. Your yes means yes, your no means no, your presence stops being contingent on perfect conditions. There's a soft joy in this too. Wanting less leaves room for savoring, fearing less leaves room for curiosity. You will find yourself noticing texture again, a voice at the other end of the line, the honest fatigue after good work, the way a quiet evening tastes when you didn't purchase it by running from your obligations. And then there is the social edge, where desire and aversion wear other masks. The hunger to dominate a conversation. The dread of embarrassment that keeps you from saying what is true. The itch to retaliate, to score a point, to protect the costume called pride. If you can see those, you're close to a sterner Stoic skill, meeting sharp words and sideways glances without selling your piece to them. How do you keep your shape when someone tries to bend it with insult? How do you respond in a way that preserves dignity, yours and, if possible, theirs? That is the next practice, and it begins with refusing to be owned by a stranger's noise. Handle insults like a Stoic. Someone tosses a line across the table, barbed, half-smiled, aimed to land. Your pulse answers before you do. In the mind's theater, a speech springs up, clever and cutting. You could throw it. You could win the minute. Or you could do the Stoic thing and refuse to let a stranger's sentence operate your steering wheel. An insult is two parts, sound waves and your interpretation. The first can't be helped. The second is yours entirely. Epictetus keeps it plain. People don't disturb us, our opinions about their words do. That's not a command to feel nothing. It's permission to insert a hinge between hearing and heat. The hinge is where dignity lives. Start with a tiny audit. Ask 3 questions silently. Is it true? Is it useful? Is it mine? If it's true and useful, you've stumbled into feedback wrapped in bad manners. Extract the kernel, ignore the wrapper. You're always late might translate to your delays are costly. Note it, fix it, move. If it's untrue or not yours, let it drop. You are not a museum that must display every object left at the door. Posture helps. Lower your shoulders. Unclench the jaw. Breathe once longer than feels natural. You are telling your body there is no fire, only theater. The body listens. With the adrenaline dialed down a notch, you can choose among several tools instead of lunging for the only one anger offers. Tool 1. The dry description. That felt like a jab. Do you mean it that way? It forces the other person to either own the aggression or back up to clarity. Tool 2. The question. What are you asking me to change? If there's no request behind the remark, the meanness gets lonelier. Tool 3. The boundary. I'm willing to discuss the issue. I'm not staying in a conversation framed like that. Boundary without venom maintains your shape without making more debris. Tool 4 is humor that doesn't humiliate. Ouch. Let's aim for version 2 of that sentence. Or the gentle agree and edit. Fair, today wasn't my best. Here's what I'm doing about it. Humor turns a thrown spear into a rubber dart. Agreeing to the accurate part removes oxygen from the rest. Choose when to ignore. Not every stone deserves your hand. Online especially, contempt is a sport with an infinite audience. Don't play. If correction is needed for the sake of bystanders, where silence would let harm stand, offer one clear fact, one link, or one boundary, and leave. You are guarding the commons, not performing for the bleachers. When insult arrives from someone you love, treat it as misaimed pain rather than a verdict on your worth. Ask the underneath question, are you hurt? Is this about the deadline or something else? That's not self-abandonment, it's triage. If care is needed, give it. If respect is needed, ask for it plainly. I want to fix this, but not with name-calling. Remember the Stoic hierarchy. Reputation and other people's opinions are at best preferred indifferents, worth having, not worth your soul. Justice protecting the vulnerable, keeping your commitments may sometimes require speaking firmly in public. Do it with proportion, Aim at behavior, not identity. Propose a next step. Exit before the scene recruits your ego. Use the view from above when the sting lingers. Picture two small figures in a vast city, trading lines that won't survive lunchtime. You are both finite, both tired, both carrying invisible weights. Contempt shrinks in that air. Proportion returns. Then bring the lesson back down. What part of this is mine to repair? What part belongs to their weather? Write a policy while you're calm. I do not respond to insult within the hour. I ask one clarifying question before confronting. I leave any thread after my second plain statement. Policies protect you from improvising in a storm. They also keep tomorrow's you from sweeping tonight's broken glass. If the jab was accurate and delivered cruelly, you still win by staying with accuracy. You're right about the deadline. I missed it. I'm correcting the process. Next time, speak to me like a teammate. That pairing, owning what's yours while refusing to dignify contempt, teaches the room how to treat you without turning you into a mirror for their worst moment. On the harder days, your best move is to walk, not flounce. Walk. We're not productive right now. I'll re-engage at 3. Leave the stage lights to someone else. Returning later allows you to choose response over reflex, which is the Stoic game all the way down. One more practice: inoculate yourself with small exposures. Let a minor slight pass. Allow the last word to belong to a harmless inaccuracy. Each time you decline to buy a petty fight, your nervous system learns that you remain whole without victory. Then, when a genuine confrontation is required, you arrive with savings in your calm account. None of this suggests being thick-skinned to the point of numbness. The goal isn't to feel nothing, it's to feel and still choose. You can be stung and remain proportionate. You can be firm without becoming the thing you're resisting. The insult wants to rent your attention and flip your values for a minute. Don't lease it the keys. And that leads to a tougher clarity the Stoics never tired of repeating. Anger feels like fuel, but it burns the driver first. It promises power, then taxes your judgment, your sleep, and your aim. If insult is the spark, anger is the accelerant. The wiser fire is colder. Principle, proportion, deliberate action. So the next question is simple and hard. When the heat hits, how do you proceed without setting the whole room alight? In other words, why anger is a failed strategy and what to use instead. Anger is a failed strategy. The first seconds feel like competence. Heat rises, edges sharpen, and the mind swears it has never seen so clearly. A sentence appears that could cut the room into compliance. You mistake the velocity for accuracy, the volume for authority. Then the invoice arrives, a night of replay, a mouth you must repair tomorrow, a goal shoved farther away by the very force that promised to deliver it. Anger feels like fuel. It burns the driver first. The Stoics didn't outlaw the first flash. Biology announces itself without asking permission. What they refused was assent, signing the lease that lets anger drive. Marcus calls anger a form of temporary insanity, not because feeling it is immoral, but because acting from it narrows vision to a keyhole. You stop seeing the human across from you, the long run of the work, the person you intend to be after the scene ends. Anger claims it will defend your dignity. Mostly it defends your costume. As a tactic, anger has a bad record. It overcorrects. It chooses tools that create the problem it says it's solving. You raise your voice to gain respect and purchase fear instead. You press harder to force speed and introduce errors that cost days. You teach a lesson and teach avoidance. Even when you win debris. The room goes quiet, which anger mistakes for order. Really, it is just silence calculating how to route around you. Physically, anger is expensive. The sympathetic system floods. Attention tunnels, memory gets spotty. You say things you'll have to disown or defend. You sleep poorly, rehearse endlessly, and wake with a hangover of righteousness. None of that contributes to the outcome you said you cared about. If you keep accounts honestly, anger rarely pencils out. So, what replaces it? Not limpness, not smiling through harm. The alternative is colder fire. Principle without combustion. You keep the energy that wants to protect something valuable and hand it better instruments: description, boundary, consequence, proportion. This behavior violates our agreement. Here is the change in the timeline. Lands more effectively than a blazing monologue. You exit the theater and enter the workshop. To build that hinge, start by downgrading the narrative in your mouth. Swap accusation for observation. "You never respect deadlines" becomes, "We agreed on Tuesday. It's Thursday. What changed?" Absolutes like always, never, obviously, are lighter fluid. Remove them and the flame has less to eat. Name your aim out loud, even if only to yourself. The goal is a fixed process, not a victory lap. Goals that survive the paragraph keep you from arguing for sport. Add time where anger subtracts it. Count a slow breath and label the event in dry language. A harsh email arrived. My body is on alert. Language recruits physiology. Bodies listen to verbs. Choose ones that let adrenaline drain instead of pool. If you must reply, write draft 1, then wait. 10 minutes is often the difference between theater and outcome. If urgency is real, your calm will help. If it isn't, you just saved yourself from mistaking a loud thing for an important one. Anger wants a story with villains and saints. Stoicism wants a map. Ask cartographer questions. What are the facts a journalist would print? What leverage exists that doesn't require harm? What next action will still make sense tomorrow? Anger narrows options. Mapping multiplies them. Often you discover you're better served by a boundary than a blow. Change the deadline architecture. Separate roles. Stop rewarding the very behavior you're condemning with your attention. With loved ones, trade heat for tenderness plus clarity. Say the real hurt in the smallest words. When plans change last minute, I feel dropped. Then pair the truth with a path. Next time, text me by 5 or go without me. You have not swallowed anger. You have converted it into a door someone could plausibly walk through. If they refuse, consequence follows. Less access, adjusted commitments, enforced quietly. Quiet enforcement teaches faster than loud promises. Beware righteous anger's alibi. If I don't show fury, they won't get it. In practice, fury often gives opponents a gift. Your loss of proportion becomes the story. The issue disappears behind your volume. Calm does not mean soft. It means surgical. The sharper the injustice, the more your case deserves a messenger the facts can trust. None of this is a vow to neutrality. There are harms that require firmness and speed. The point is that incompetence at anger is not proof of moral seriousness. Courage that stays lucid is rarer and more effective. Ask yourself mid-surge, what will anger let me do that a colder commitment cannot? If the only answer is enjoy the spike, you've caught the con. You will fail. The sentence will escape. The door will slam. The email will go. The Stoic move, then, is not to double down. It is to repair. Apologize for form. Keep substance. My volume was out of line. Here are the same points in a usable tone. The repair preserves relationships and, crucially, self-respect, the kind built not by never erring, but by returning quickly to who you meant to be. Training helps more than willpower. Expose yourself on purpose to small frictions and practice keeping your posture. A slower line, a wrong coffee, a glitch that delays you 5 minutes. Not to court misery, but to teach your nervous system that restraint is survivable, even empowering. That way, when a real affront arrives, your body recognizes the drill: breath, description, boundary, next step. You've rehearsed not being owned by heat. Which brings us to the discipline that makes the hinge stronger than slogans. If you can stomach small, chosen discomforts now, you'll be less likely to outsource regulation to anger later. You'll be the one who can meet friction without combusting, who can do hard things in cool air. The practice has a simple name and 1,000 forms, a gym for courage, patience, and proportion that fits inside any day. Voluntary discomfort drills. You reach for the tap and choose cold, just for 30 seconds. The body objects, the breath wants to sprint. You keep it slow, count a steady 5 in and 7 out, and notice the water is only water. A minute later, you're warm again. Only something else is warmer too, the sense that you can meet a small storm without borrowing fire. That is the point of voluntary discomfort, not machismo, not spectacle, but a practical gym for courage, temperance, and steadiness when the day refuses your preferences. Unchosen discomfort visits everyone. Chosen discomfort is rehearsal. You pick safe, reversible frictions under your control so that when the uncontrolled kind arrives, your hands already know what to do. The drill is simple. Impose a slight, deliberate inconvenience. Keep your posture, end cleanly. Return to normal life without fanfare. The win is not endurance for its own sake. It's the discovery that between feeling and flailing, there is a third option, staying proportionate. Start small enough that you'll repeat it. Short, cold finishes on showers. The slow line at the market without rescuing yourself with a phone. Taking stairs when the elevator is full. A simpler lunch than appetite advertised. A walk in weather you usually avoid, with shoulders relaxed instead of hunched in protest. These are not punishments. They're reminders that comfort is sweet but optional, and that your peace doesn't have to depend on perfect conditions. Social drills matter as much as physical ones. Say kindly and plainly, "No, I can't take that on," and let the silence stand. Ask for feedback you'd rather not hear, and listen without composing your defense. Hold a longer pause in conversation instead of rushing to entertain. Offer a sincere apology without a second paragraph of explanations. Each time you decline to buy your way out of awkwardness, you teach the nervous system that dignity survives exposure. Cognitive drills are quiet and powerful. Begin the hardest task first, even for 15 minutes, and let the clumsy start be your warm-up instead of your excuse. Send the email you've been rehearsing in your head and accept that imperfect clarity beats perfect delay. Read 3 pages of something demanding before you let the day auction your attention. Sit with a craving, sugar, scrolling, a petty comeback, and watch it crest and pass like weather while you do nothing dramatic. Comfort can be tuned like a thermostat. Lower it by 5%, not 50. Eat a little plainer. Set the room a degree off your favorite. Reduce the music's volume and clean one corner in quiet. The aim is never deprivation. It's range. A wide range makes you cheaper to keep. On a trip, in a crisis, in an ordinary Tuesday that didn't check with you first. Use intention to prevent drift into self-punishment. Frame the drill in a sentence. I'm practicing patience. I'm practicing sobriety of attention. I'm practicing courage in small speech. Time box it. Keep it reversible. If health, work, or caregiving constraints apply, choose versions that respect them. Steadiness isn't built by ignoring your context. Afterward, jot one line, what you felt, what you learned, where the panic tried to sell you a story. Learning sticks when named. Notice how drills compound. Declining to check a phone in a line makes it easier to resist escalating an argument later. A week of simpler meals makes a delayed dinner a nuisance, not a crisis. A few mornings of cold water make a hard conversation feel more survivable because you've practiced staying when you wanted to flee. The hinge you've been installing between stimulus and act gets oiled each time you rehearse restraint. Beware pride in disguise. Voluntary hardship is not a costume to wear at others. If your drill makes you harsher, you've chosen the wrong one or the wrong spirit. The right discomfort leaves you more available, not less, quieter inside, easier to live beside, less dependent on the world being dressed just so. If someone is truly harmed by your choice, not merely inconvenienced, choose again. Stoic strength is gentle from the outside and disciplined from the inside. There's also a joy here that doesn't announce itself. When you prove, privately, that you can be well with slightly less, ordinary things regain color. Warm water feels like a gift after a colder finish. A plain apple tastes extravagant when your mouth isn't numb from constant sweetness. The walk you would have outsourced to a ride becomes a movable prayer. The world seen at the speed of a body, wanting softens, savoring expands. Design a week as an experiment. One physical discomfort, one social, one cognitive, cold finish or stares, a clean no or a truthful, I don't know. 15 first minutes. On the task you habitually postpone. Keep each small enough to win. If you miss a day, skip the scolding and pick up the tool again tomorrow. The discipline you're after grows the way muscle does, by frequent recoverable stress followed by normal life. Over time, something subtle changes. Fear stops shouting with the same authority because it keeps meeting evidence that you're sturdy. Desire stops negotiating like a tyrant because it keeps meeting evidence that you can feel want without obeying it. Anger has less fuel because your baseline isn't brittle. You become cheaper to knock off balance and quicker to return when you are. All of which prepares you for a deeper, tenderer drill the Stoics prized, not just meeting friction, but imagining absence long enough to wake gratitude for presence, not just living with fewer comforts, but rehearsing loss so that love grows accurate while you still have what you might lose. It sounds somber. Practiced well, it makes color return to the day. Rehearse loss to value more. You stand in the doorway for a second longer than usual and picture the room without you, the mug cooling on the table, the jacket on the chair, the pair of shoes aligned like a pause step. One day none of these will belong to your hours. The image is brief and oddly tender. When you release it, color returns, the coffee tastes louder, the air feels close and kind, the ordinary morning becomes precise. You didn't punish yourself. You rehearsed loss to teach your eyes how to keep what's here while it's here. The Stoics practiced this on purpose. They imagined absence not to invite tragedy, but to drain entitlement and wake gratitude. Premeditation malorum, memento mori, phrases that sound austere until you realize their job, to keep love accurate. When you hold a thing as if it could vanish, you stop demanding that it be perfect before it's allowed to matter. The chipped plate becomes a plate that still carries soup. The friend who runs late becomes a friend who exists. The body that aches becomes a body that answers when you ask. There is a difference between rehearsal and catastrophizing. Catastrophizing is weather that moves in and refuses to leave. It breeds paralysis. Rehearsal is a deliberate time-boxed visit to the edge, followed by a return. You picture the empty chair for a breath, then look at the person sitting in it. You imagine the power out and then flick the switch, amazed at how lightly the universe delivers light. You spend a minute with the thought that a job could end, and then you do that job with cleaner attention. The point is not to live in imagined grief, it's to spend less of your actual life asleep to its gifts. Done gently, this practice changes how you speak. You say the thank you while the hands are still warm. You apologize before the story hardens into a position. You drop the grudge that is costing you more than it's costing anyone else. You answer the message, not because you'll be punished if you don't, but because you know how easily the chance to answer can pass. Stewardship replaces ownership. These conversations, these bodies, this hour are on loan. Loans are cared for better than trophies. It also clarifies priorities. Picture a day without your tools, and you discover which tasks were simply theater for your ego. Picture an evening without someone's laugh, and you discover which errands could have waited. Picture a future version of you with half the energy, and you discover what the current version should stop spending energy on. Loss rehearsal edits the list. What remains is the part of living you might actually be proud to have practiced. There's a practical side the Stoics would insist on. Rehearsing loss is not only emotional hygiene, it's logistics. You write the will, label the passwords, explain the calendar to the person who would inherit it. Not because you are morbid, but because love plans. You invest in backups, documents, skills, relationships, so that when fortune takes her percentage, you have redundancies. Preparing for loss makes you calmer now. It also makes you kinder to the future person who will carry your name for a while after you're gone. To keep rehearsal from curdling into worry, give it a container. A morning minute, imagine one absence and then look at its presence. An evening minute, name one thing you would miss if tomorrow changed it, then touch it with attention, read the page, taste the tea, kiss the forehead. If anxiety tries to extend the scene, ground yourself in 5 simple facts: the weight of your feet, the sound at mid-distance, the exact color of the sky. Return to the work of the day. The skill is the return. The practice extends to identity. Imagine the version of you who never risked embarrassment. Would their safety feel like a life? Imagine the version who never rested, who tried to outrun time by filling every hour with noise. Would their pride feel like a life? You start choosing differently because you have briefly seen what a life without this choice would be. You take the class, you skip the 6th obligation, you let the garden be imperfect and still sit beside it. Grief will come in its own time with its own curriculum. Rehearsal is not a substitute, but it does change grief's weather. When it arrives, you have fewer unsentences to regret. You made the call. You learned the recipe. You watched the sunsets while they were happening instead of saving delight for later. Loss still cuts. It meets a person who has practiced letting love be daily instead of theoretical. The world shows its edges, and you have been training to touch edges without breaking. There is even a way to rehearse loss that restores joy to work. Picture your craft removed from your hands for a season. What would you miss? The applause or the making? Spend today on the part you would miss. Answer fewer status requests. Do more real tasks. Teach someone the step you've been hoarding so that the pattern survives you. Negative space, what would vanish, teaches positive shape, what to build while you can. A small ritual can hold all of this. Before you leave a room, look once as if you were leaving for longer than a day. Before you eat, pretend the plate is empty and then notice that it isn't. Before you say goodnight, imagine the bed cold and then feel the warmth you get to enter. This is not drama. It's calibration. Your hours change flavor when you stop assuming you are owed more of them. And then, after the eyes widen, a further question waits. If everything you love is on loan, then your life is a web of entrusted roles: friend, neighbor, maker, citizen, kin. Rehearsing loss doesn't only teach you to cherish, it teaches you to carry. Someone needs you to be the person this hour expects, not because you are immortal, but because you are briefly in place. The gratitude you've practiced is supposed to move your hands. What does the role you're in ask of you today, and how will you do your part before the scene changes hands? Role ethics. Do your part. The chair across from you isn't empty. It's a role waiting to be sat in. Parent, partner, teammate, neighbor, citizen, shopkeeper, student. Most hours don't ask you to invent yourself from scratch. They hand you a part and a scene and whisper a line: do what this role requires, as well as you can, with the character you've chosen to keep. Stoics called this role ethics. You are a person inside a web, child of a family, member of a city, part of a craft, a piece of nature's larger body. A hand doesn't decide each morning whether it feels like being a hand. It grasps what is fitting for a hand to grasp. Likewise, Marcus Aurelius keeps asking himself, what is the work of a human, of a friend, of a citizen? Then he answers with verbs, not moods. This view rescues you from 2 bad maps. One map says you are only your private wishes. The world must bend or you break. The other says you are only other people's expectations. Your life is a costume closet. Role ethics is stricter and kinder than both. It says you owe duties you did not negotiate, honesty to those who trust you, fairness to those you trade with, steadiness to those who rely on you, and also that you must carry these without abandoning your integrity. Duty is not theater, it is craft. Begin at the smallest circle. As a body, you owe care to the organism that carries you sleep, food, a pace that doesn't grind the gears. As a mind, you owe attention. Don't poison the well with needless outrage. Don't rent the day to fantasies of control. As a household member, you owe visible effort: the dishes no one sees, the apology no one demanded, the check-in that says, I'm in this with you. As a teammate, you owe clarity and follow-through, promises made in plain words, delivery in plain time. Zoom out. As a citizen, you owe proportion. Pay what is due, obey just laws, resist unjust ones without becoming what you resist. Help where you stand. As a professional, you owe competence and conscience together. Do the job, refuse the lie, design processes that won't ask the next person to clean your shortcuts. As a friend, you owe presence without performance. Keep confidences, tell truths that protect futures, celebrate without scorekeeping. How do you know which role speaks loudest when they conflict? Stoics sort by nature and immediacy. The role grounded in basic human bonds. Do not harm, keep faith, protect the vulnerable, usually outranks the role that flatters reputation or convenience. The role with the nearest claim often sets the order. The crying child before the inbox, the fire alarm before the meeting. When two duties are both serious, choose one cleanly. Explain without drama. Return to the other as soon as you can. Guilt wastes time better spent on repair. Practical tools help. Write a short role card for your main parts. Parent, be available. Set warm, firm lines. Model repair. Manager, set direction. Remove blockers. Praise in public. Correct in private. Citizen, be informed. Vote, aid, locally. Keep the cards visible. When the hour feels foggy, read the line out loud and do the smallest next action that fits it. Roles become clearer when they are attached to actions you can perform in the next 10 minutes. Language matters. Replace identity theater. I'm a supportive partner with behavior. I'll cook tonight and ask about your day. Replace self-excusing fog. I'm just direct with duty language. I owe you truth in a tone you can use. Duty words cut cleaner than personality words. They leave less room for vanity to hide. Role ethics guards against two common failures. First, martyrdom. Doing your part doesn't mean doing everyone's part. A boundary is part of several roles. A manager who never says no fails their team. A parent who never rests fails tomorrow's parent. A citizen who burns out exits the work. Second, outsourcing conscience to the costume. It's just business, and I was only following orders are the slogans of people who forgot that the role serves virtue, not the other way around. If a role asks you to betray the human underneath, the role is misdrawn. Step out or redraw it. You'll still miss your mark. When you do, repair along the grain of the role you missed. If you failed as a friend, be a friend in the apology. Name the harm, make a plan, make amends. If you failed as a craftsperson, be a craftsperson in the fix. Own the defect, correct the process, prevent recurrence. Role ethics isn't a purity test. It is a way to shorten the distance between failure and service. There is quiet relief here. You don't have to invent meaning every morning. You inherit tasks that make sense before you feel like doing them. A neighbor needs a hand with the heavy box. A colleague needs your careful eyes. A city needs you to stop at the crosswalk even when no one is watching. Far from shrinking you, fitting these shapes enlarges you. You become porous to a world that is not centered on your feelings and yet is candor because you acted. Try this before your next decision. Name the role most in play and ask, what would a good one do now? Not the perfect one, the good one. Send the note. Decline the rumor. Move the meeting forward. Sweep the floor. You didn't dirty. Hand the credit away. The room tightens in the right places when people practice this. Trust accumulates. Friction lowers. Your name, even if it isn't said, becomes easier to work beside. And notice what keeps happening each time you orient to a role. The question shifts from will this succeed to am I doing what fits? You're pulled out of scoreboard anxiety and into craft. That shift is not only healthier, it's more effective. Results arrive more often when you stop strangling them and start tending the method, which is the next Stoic turn, to aim less at the trophy and more at the way of moving that earns it. Process, not outcome. Process, not outcome. You send an email and stare at the screen like a fisherman watching the water. Nothing moves. The urge to tug the line rises. Refresh, check, rehearse reactions to replies that don't exist yet. Here is one of the mind's oldest errors, waiting for results to bless your effort before you're willing to continue. Stoicism proposes a saner economy. Move attention from trophies to tools, from verdicts to verbs. Do the work that is yours to do, and let outcomes arrive on their own schedule. Outcomes aren't bad, they're just late. They show up after 1,000 small acts, many of which were invisible even while you were doing them. If you build your mood around what arrives late, you live in a hallway of suspense. Process returns you to rooms with doors you can touch. A process is simply the set of actions you repeat because they fit your values and over time tend to make good things more likely. Not guaranteed, likely. The gap between those two words is the gap where peace lives. Start by naming your lead and lag measures. Lag book deal, promotion viral post, personal record, reconciliation. Lead pages drafted, clear proposals sent, hours in deliberate practice, one kind invitation per day, a weekly call you make whether or not it is returned. The world handles lags. You handle leads. If your calendar shows the leads, and your conscience shows effort with integrity, you're succeeding even before any certificate arrives. Process is not mindless repetition. It's living loops. Observe, act, adjust, repeat. After a difficult meeting, don't grade yourself with mood. Grade the loop. Did I prepare questions? Did I hold my tone? Did I end with a next step? If the answer is no, change the loop. If yes, leave the scene and return to the method tomorrow without asking the universe to clap first. Write your processes as sentences you can keep on bad days. Write 300 honest words. Ship one useful thing before noon. Move my body for 20 minutes. Plan tomorrow in 10 lines. The ceiling can be high, the floor must be low. Low floors rescue weeks. When life compresses you, a floor you can still meet preserves identity. Even now I keep the thread. Bring craft into the mundane. Wash the dish like you respect the next person who'll use it. Write the status update as if tomorrow's you will be your reader. They will. Design handoffs that work without you needing to narrate them. Process is love disguised as procedure. You leave the campsite better than you found it because someone else will arrive cold and tired. Outcomes seduce us into showy behaviors that don't actually move the work. We polish the presentation instead of tightening the thinking. We monitor analytics instead of making the next thing. We angle for credit instead of extending competence. Process reverses the incentives. You begin to prefer the unphotogenic parts, the draft, the drills, the checklists, because that's where the future is being made in plain clothes. Detachment helps you aim more precisely, not less. If you stop bargaining with results, if I do X, I must get Y, you can choose the best method instead of the most flattering. You sleep the night before the race because the plan says sleep, not because nerves say pace. You tell a hard truth because the role requires it, not because the room will like it. You make a small, accurate move today instead of waiting for a grand moment that keeps not arriving. The relief is practical. Process shrinks problems to a size you can pick up. Finish the book is fog. Write 3 mornings a week is weather you can dress for. Be a better friend is vague. Call on Tuesdays is a rail you can hold. Get healthy is a mood. Move, cook, sleep is a schedule. Vague goals invite self-drama. Concrete processes invite showing up. Feedback is easier to swallow when your ego isn't married to a single outcome. If this attempt misses, the process learns. You adjust the drill, refine the checklist, edit the template, ask a better mentor. Failure becomes information instead of identity. You can keep your posture because your worth isn't staked to today's applause. Be wary of processes that calcify into superstition. The point isn't ritual for ritual's sake, it's reliable conditions for good work. Review your loops like a carpenter, inspects tools, sharp, safe, used for the right task. Remove steps that decorate the ego without improving the product. Add steps that reduce friction downstream, even if no one sees you do them. Invisible kindness is a process too. Protect the hours where process lives. Deep work isn't mystical. It's scheduling. Block time. Defend it without theater, and put one meaningful verb inside. Write, design, test, teach, repair. Treat meetings like outcomes, not processes, things that sometimes result from cooperation, not the default way to feel productive. If you must attend, arrive with a process agenda, decisions, who does what by when. When outcomes finally arrive, acceptances, numbers, praise, receive them as weather. Say thanks. Log the learning. Return to the verbs. Celebration can be part of the loop. Attachment need not be. The work doesn't become holy only when a metric lights up. It was holy when you chose a method that made you more honest, more useful, more yourself. You can try a micro-experiment this week. Pick one arena: work, health, friendship. Define a floor you can meet 5 days out of 7. Track leads, not lags. When you miss, repair without drama and hit the next rep. At week's end, judge only what you controlled. Did I keep my process? If yes, let satisfaction land, independent of the scoreboard. If no, adjust the process until keeping it is realistic and real. Process doesn't erase ambition. It tutors it. You still want excellence. You stop trying to possess it through force. You let it accrue the only way it ever does, repetition with attention. And there's an unexpected dividend: peace. When you stop standing guard over results, you get your hours back. You can invest them where process is built, inside unbroken blocks of time shaped to your work and your life, which leads naturally to the resource that every method requires and every distraction steals: time. It's not only a clock, it's clay. How you hold it determines whether a day becomes a life you recognize. The Stoics were ruthless and gentle with hours, ruthless in protecting them, gentle in how they spent them. Next, we'll lay out what that looks like in practice. Time ownership, Stoic style. Time ownership, Stoic style. Open your calendar and ask a Stoic question. Whose life is this document scheduling? Yours or everyone else's idea of you? Time ownership is not about hoarding hours. It's about stewarding them so your best verbs have a place to occur. If process is the engine, time is the fuel. Letting anyone siphon it because they look earnest is not generosity. It's negligence toward what only you can do. Begin with a small audit. For 3 days, jot where your minutes actually went without scolding, like a naturalist taking notes. You'll see the recurring leaks, quick checks that cost half hours, meetings that should have been 2 emails, errands that could have shared a route, favors that rescued another person's poor planning at the price of your craft. The point isn't guilt, it's geometry. You cannot build a sturdy day on crooked lines. A Stoic day has edges. Put fences where your hours tend to spill. First hour phone-free, last hour screen light and soft. Email in 2 pens on the clock, not a permanent IV. Block 1 deep work window, 90 clean minutes with a single verb in it, and defend it without theater. If someone asks for that slice, you're busy. Busy is a promise you've made to your own work. Keep it. Schedule reactivity on purpose. Put a corral around tasks that multiply when uncontained. Admin, messages, small approvals. Give them their pasture and close the gate when time is up. Urgency will neigh. Most of it is performative. Real emergencies are rare and identifiable. When they arrive, you will know, and your calm will be useful because you have not spent it all day. Build buffers as if they were part of the task, because they are. Commute with 10 minutes of slack. End meetings 5 minutes early by design, not by luck. Put margins around important calls so you aren't carrying the last room's weather into the next one. Rushing is a tax you pay for optimistic planning. Buffer is the refund. Protect the middle of the day from decision fatigue with a default plan. Lunch that doesn't ask questions. Clothes that don't turn morning into a costume contest. A simple rotation for workouts. Reading, outreach. You're not becoming boring. You're reserving your bright thinking for problems that deserve it. Learn a few time-sparing sentences delivered with warmth. I can do 30 minutes this week. Send an agenda. Happy to help after Friday. I don't have the bandwidth. Here are two alternatives. Boundaries stated plainly are easier to honor by others and by you. Resist the flattering trap of being the person who always says yes. Reliability includes the reliability of your no. Treat meetings as outcomes, not environments. If you must attend, arrive with 3 lines: what decision is needed, what inputs matter, who owns the next step, by when. If those don't exist, write them or decline. A meeting without a finish line is a time laundromat. Hours go in dirty and come out damp. Remember, energy hides inside hours. Put demanding work where your mind is brightest, not where the room expects. If you're clear at 9, don't donate 9 to inbox weather. If your best thinking comes at night, schedule social obligations where they won't pawn your edge. Time ownership means matching task to tide. Install stop rules. No replies after 8 p.m. No revising sent emails. No same-day yes to new asks. Stop rules keep 1 hot minute from renting your whole evening. Pair them with start rules that dignify mornings: water, a page, a window, then the day's one real move before you open the door to everyone else's. Practice subtractive scheduling. Before adding a request, ask, what will come out? If nothing, the addition is fiction. Remove 1 recurring obligation each quarter and see who notices. If no one, you bought back a slice of life you can spend on something truer: rest, skill, presence. Give your future self gifts, stage tools, where tomorrow's you will trip over them. Draft the first ugly paragraph of the next thing, so the work greets you already in motion. Lay out the shoes. Pre-cut the vegetables. The minute saved at ignition prevents 20 loss to avoidance. Keep a small Sabbath inside each day. 15 minutes of deliberate uselessness. No input, no output. Just being. Walk without headphones. Sit by a window. Breathe like someone whose worth isn't linked to throughput. That emptiness is not a luxury. It's maintenance. Minds that never idle clatter. When life strips your plan, illness, childcare, crisis, switch from architecture to triage. Hold on to 2 rails. 1 tiny task that honors your craft. 1 tiny act that honors your people. Floors, not ceilings. A single page read. A dish washed. A sincere check-in. You won't make progress. You'll stay recognizable to yourself, which is what progress feels like from the inside when the scoreboard is off. Time generosity belongs here too. Lend hours where they purchase real relief. Sitting with someone in a waiting room, covering a shift, teaching a step that will save them 50 hours later. But lend like an investor, not a martyr. With clarity, limits, and no secret resentment. Bonus points for quietly returning minutes. You cost others by planning well. At day's end, review without drama. What did I move that mattered? Where did time leak? What policy would have prevented that leak? Adjust 1 thing. The next morning, try again. Ownership is not a mood, it's a series of simple returns to the helm. There's a final, gentler test. Does your schedule leave room to be the kind of person you claim to admire? Time you do not own will spend you on posturing and panic. Time you steward lets you practice small bravery, saying the kind truth, declining the flashy distraction, starting the work you keep postponing, because ease is loud and courage is quiet. In the end, hours are just the stage. Character is the play. Owning the one is how you get to perform the other, not once in a blaze, but in 100 modest scenes you can actually keep. Daily courage in small things. Rain taps the hood of your jacket as you wheel a cart back across the lot. No one is watching. Your socks are already wet. It would be easy to leave the cart snug against the curb and get warm. You don't. The gesture costs 30 seconds and buys something you can feel but not easily name. An interior yes. You were the kind of person who finished a small job without applause. It wasn't a speech. It was a vote. Courage at human scale looks like this more often than it looks like a trumpet. It's the voice you use when truth is required, and drama is not, the hand that rises when silence is safer, the step you take into mild inconvenience because convenience was about to cost your character a little. The Stoics prize this form because it is available daily. You may never face a burning building. You will face the narrow doorway where you can either be slightly braver or slightly smaller. Fear rarely announces itself with fangs. It dresses as politeness, reasonable delay, a commitment to when things are less busy. It persuades you to wait for a better sentence, a better hour, a better self. Meanwhile, the choice rusts. Daily courage interrupts the rust. You call the doctor. You ask for the number you've been guessing at. You bring the mistake into the light while it's still small enough to fix with an apology and a revised process instead of a crisis and a scapegoat. The scenes are humble. The stakes are your integrity. Think of fear and action like a seesaw. On one side, worry grows by rehearsal. On the other, courage grows by contact. You do the thing once, and the motion writes something into your body that no TED Talk could install proof. The next time you face a door with a familiar weight in the handle, your hand knows the turn. The Stoic move is to give action the first inch, one sentence, one step, one dial tone, before your anxiety asks you for a dissertation. There's a choreography to this. Begin by telling the truth to yourself in the smallest words. I am avoiding X. Then cut the scene into a piece so small it's silly to refuse. Draft the first ugly paragraph. The quality can come later. Say, I was unfair earlier. Here's what I meant to say. And don't add a second paragraph of justifications. Ask the question in the meeting you've been posing to your ceiling at 2 a.m. Not to perform cleverness, but to bring the conversation back to reality. Courage is not volume. It is proportion. Boundary work belongs here. Declining an ask without an apology novel is a daily act of steadiness. I can't take that on. So is the firm, warm correction that protects a relationship instead of punishing it. I want to keep talking, not in that tone. So is the mid-argument pause that keeps you from earning the next hour of cleanup. I'm heated, I'll come back at 3. These are not theatrics. They are mercies on the future you, on the other person, on the room you'll both re-enter. Even attention can be brave, not joining the joke that trims a colleague down by an inch, not opening the tab that will feed your outrage diet and starve your competence, not checking the phone while a child wanders through a story that could have been shorter. Small refusals are courage too. They refuse to sell your presence for tiny coins. Your body is a collaborator in all this. Put both feet on the floor when you make the call. Lower your shoulders before you walk into the office that remembers your last misstep. Count a steady breath and let language trail it. Nerves are here, do it anyway. Voluntary discomfort, cold water, the slower line, the honest no, has already been teaching your nervous system how to stay. When courage is needed, the rehearsal shows up like muscle memory. You will miss chances. You'll laugh along once. You'll postpone the conversation again. You'll send the careful email that says nothing and pretends that neutrality is kindness. Daily courage does not require perfection. It requires return. The next hour offers another doorway. Take it. Repair what you can. The apology delivered today is better than the memoir excuse you were drafting for later. It helps to borrow a lens from craft. Ask, not, was I fearless, but did I do the next honest piece of work? Work can be a phone call, a sentence, a refusal to gossip, a clarified deliverable, a seat offered on a crowded train. Measured this way, courage becomes accumulative, not episodic. It doesn't wait for theaters. It lays bricks. A small ritual can aim you. In the first quiet of the day, choose one act that will require a little backbone and put it on the morning's front step. Reach a person you owe. Propose a deadline you can keep. Tell the truth you've been sanding to fit someone's imagined expectations. Do it before your appetite for ease wakes fully and starts negotiating. You are not banishing comfort. You are denying it the right to be in charge. Over time, these pennies mint a currency you can spend when the bill is larger. The doctor's waiting room. The hard meeting, the moment when being decent will cost you status you never truly owned. Courage, practiced small, makes courage possible, big. It keeps your name recognizable to you when conditions change, and they will. And if the idea still feels stern, test its softer edge. Notice how often a small, brave act leaves the air clearer. You sleep without rehearsing speeches. You look in windows and meet your own eyes. The day has less residue. That kind of quiet is not a prize you win once. It's a path you can step onto each morning with your hand on the knob and a simple question waiting to be answered by motion. Morning premeditation. Before the street remembers its noise, the kettle wakes and the window holds a pale square of sky. Your hands move almost by memory, cup, water, a breath against the glass. In these first minutes, when the world hasn't claimed you yet, you can decide how to meet it. The Stoics treated morning like a small harbor, time to check the boat, read the weather, and choose a bearing. They called it premeditation, not because the day must be battled, but because a day met on purpose is kinder to live inside. Begin with a quiet inventory of what's yours and what isn't. Trains, headlines, other people's temperatures, these will do what they do. Your judgments, your speech, your pace, your willingness to return after a stumble, these answer to you. Let the distinction settle like sediment in water. The line will blur later, as it always does. For now it's clear and clarity is leverage. Then imagine the ordinary frictions arriving and rehearse a gentler posture. The email that lands sharper than it needed to. The delay that swallows a plan. The mind's sudden theater, where a small slight puts on a heavy costume. Picture each of these in turn, not to sour the morning, but to prepare your hands. If this comes, I'll breathe once before I type. If that fails, I'll ask a question instead of prosecuting a guess. If plans shift, I'll protect a small square of real work and let go of what only served my pride. The point isn't to script the day, it's to teach your nervous system how not to sell your piece at the first offer. Choose one role you know you'll inhabit and name, out loud if you can, what a good version of that role would do today. As a colleague, set expectations early and in plain words. As a parent, pair warmth with a clear line. As a friend, reach out first. Roles feel abstract until they come attached to a verb you can perform before noon. Do one small act now that matches the sentence, draft the agenda, put the note by the door, send the text. Momentum beats mood. Guard the gate before the crowd gathers. Leave the phone in another room for these minutes. Give your eyes something less caffeinated than a feed. Steam from the mug, the rim of a cloud, the slow geometry of light finding the floor. Attention is a muscle you're asking to carry the day. Stretch it on something that doesn't try to sell you anything if you must read. Choose a page that makes you precise rather than inflamed. The calmer the beginning, the cheaper every later challenge will be. Set floors you can keep, even if the hours misbehave. A paragraph, not a chapter. 20 minutes of movement, not perfection. One plain kindness you can do, without permission. Floors protect identity when ceilings collapse. They also make it easier to forgive yourself at dusk, because you can point to something small and real you did even as the weather turned. Name one appetite you'll turn down a notch and one discomfort you'll allow on purpose. Fewer quick checks, more single-task minutes, less sweetness, more water, a colder finish to the shower, a slower line without a phone. These aren't punishments. They're reminders that your mood doesn't have to ride in the sidecar of convenience. The day is cheaper to steer when every bump isn't an emergency. Write a single sentence that can steady you when heat arrives. Keep it unpoetic and usable. I don't have to feel like this to act like this. Boundary first, then kindness. Process over performance. Put it where your hand will touch it, the inside of a notebook, the lock screen, a scrap by the keyboard. A good sentence is a tool. You carry it for when your skill forgets itself. Decide in advance what will not be allowed to draft your schedule. You can be generous without letting other people's panic annex your morning. You can be informed without turning your mind into a relay station for every rumor. Choose two gates: when you will check messages, when you will stop and keep the promise as if it were owed to someone you respect. If the mind starts bargaining, later, answer with a single clean move. Open the document and write the ugly first paragraph. Say, "I was wrong yesterday," before pride grows roots. Book the appointment while the cursor is blinking. Courage likes to be paid in action, not speculation. Once it receives its coin, it tends to stick around. Now look at the day as if from a balcony. Picture the rooms you'll pass through, the faces you might meet, the places where you usually spend more energy than the moment earns. Give yourself permission to leave one debate unfought, one perfect sentence unwritten, one victory unpurchased if its price is calm. This is not withdrawal. It is triage on behalf of what you claim to value. Close the small ceremony with something ordinary and physical. Wash the cup. Make the bed. Tie the laces you'll walk the day in. There's a reason sailors coil rope, even on clear mornings. It's easier to trust your hands when they've already put one thing in order. You are telling yourself, "I can bring a little coherence to the places I touch." Then go. Let the plan be light enough to bend and the posture firm enough to hold. You will be surprised. Wrong. Late. Interrupted. Praised. On days you don't deserve it, and ignored on days you do. Return to what you chose here. The breath before the reply, the role you decided to carry, the floor you can meet, the sentence that steadies you. A morning kept is not a guarantee. It is a compass. And when the light has moved across the room and the house is dim again, you will have another chance at the same craft from the other side. Less about prediction now, more about proportion. The day will ask you to look back with accuracy and kindness, to gather what was useful, to put down what you don't need to carry into tomorrow, and to let the air clear before you sleep. Evening review. Gentle audit. The house quiets. A few dishes lean in the rack. The day you just lived is still warm, like a pan you've taken off the stove. This is the hour when the Stoics suggested a small, useful ritual, not a trial, not a victory lap, but a review that keeps your life legible to you. Gentle because harshness breeds hiding. An audit because vagueness breeds drift. Begin by lowering the temperature. Dim the light, close the extra tabs, put the phone where its chatter can't draft your mood. Sit where you can see one ordinary thing that isn't asking anything of you. Steam in the sink, the dark of a window, the geometry of folded blankets. Breath slows the mind. The mind slowed can finally tell the truth without staging a performance. Tell it plainly. Describe the day as a sequence, not a verdict. What did I actually do? Names and verbs, not adjectives and scolding. I sent 2 proposals, rescheduled a meeting, skipped the gym, ate quickly, snapped at noon, repaired by 4, helped with homework, watched a show, read 3 pages. Description is merciful because it leaves room for change. Self-condemnation pins you to a caricature and calls it honesty. Now ask 3 small questions. What did I do that aligned with who I'm trying to be? Name the specifics, however modest. The thank you didn't owe, the boundary you set without theater, the 10 clear sentences you wrote when fog would have been easier. Let yourself feel the quiet rightness of those choices. They are the thread you want tomorrow to pick up. Where did I drift? Not for shame, for repair. Notice the leak points, the quick check that cost 40 minutes, the joke you joined to be included, the decision you outsourced to avoidance. Curiosity beats contempt here. What was the trigger? What policy would have helped? A timer? A prepared sentence? A glass of water first? You are a craftsperson revising a jig, not a prosecutor building a case. What needs a small fix before I sleep? Sometimes it's an email drafted in 2 lines that turns tomorrow's dread into 10 minutes of clarity. Sometimes it's a message that says, "I was sharp earlier. Apologies, so rumination doesn't get to run the night shift." Sometimes it's laying out the bag, the shoes, the page, so morning begins on rails instead of in the gravel. Be careful with regret. It is a teacher with a heavy hand. If you let it, it'll keep you after class until midnight and call that productive. Instead, ring-fence it. Give it 5 minutes. Write the sentence you'd like to live by next time. Set one lever you can actually pull, and close the door. Leaving the door ajar invites brooding, which disguises itself as responsibility while stealing sleep. Your brain is built to notice what went wrong. Survival learned that trick long ago. To balance the ledger, count what went right on purpose. Not a gratitude performance, just accuracy. The commute that was uneventful, the body that answered when asked, the conversation that landed, the weather that spared you, the laugh that loosened something. This is not saccharine. It is statistical correction for a mind that undercounts ordinary good. Scan the day's rolls and check your fit. Did you keep faith where you promised? Did you carry your part without trying to carry everyone's? If you overreached, name the cost. If you underreached, name the opportunity. This is where you turn slogans back into actions. Be supportive becomes text them at 9 with that resource. Be present becomes no phone at dinner tomorrow. The point is to leave the review with a small verb in your pocket, not a fog of wishes. Let the body participate. Put the kitchen in order enough that morning feels welcomed. To stack tomorrow's materials like a breadcrumb trail, your half-asleep future self can follow without bargaining. Wash your face. Drink water. When the muscles understand that the day is ended, the mind will believe it sooner. You are closing loops in both directions, outside, then in. If you were brave today, remember it. Not with trumpets, just a sentence to yourself. I made the call. I told the truth. I declined the thing that would have cost me peace. Courage shrinks in memory. If you don't name it, naming it keeps it available for withdrawal tomorrow when the price is higher. If you were unkind today, remember that too, and repair what you can reach. Leave a note where it can be found in the morning. Draft the apology in small words and no self-justification. Decide what boundary or buffer would prevent the same shape of harm. Turn remorse into architecture, otherwise it turns into theater. End with proportion. Rise above your own roofline in imagination for a breath. See the building, the street, the small constellations of light, all of them containing someone who also misstepped and repaired, who also carried something and dropped something. You are not alone in the oscillation. You are practicing. Then lower back into the room and set one intention as if you were writing a note to a friend you respect. Tomorrow, do this first. Keep it small and specific enough to survive interruption. Put the note where your hand will hit it after sleep. Close the light. Let the mind be done. If your head is still busy, give it a place to empty that isn't your pillow. A page that can hold the last clingy thoughts without amplifying them. A few lines to catch the residue so your dreams don't have to. Write what actually happened and what you intend to do differently. Resist the urge to dramatize. Clarity now becomes mercy later. Journaling for integrity. A notebook waits the way a good mirror does. Unimpressed, available, exact. You open to a blank page, and the room feels different. Speech tries to perform. Paper does not. Paper asks what happened, what you meant to do, and what you'll do next. Not as a confession booth or a gratitude parade, but as a simple tool for keeping your life recognizable to you. That is the point of journaling in a Stoic key. Integrity, by ink, the kept shape of a day in sentences you can stand beside later. Write like a witness, not a lawyer. Set down one event in a line a journalist couldn't argue with. I said I'd send it by 2. I sent it at 5. I rolled my eyes in the meeting. I returned the wallet. Adjectives are smoke, facts are lumber. The moment you add theater, everyone was incompetent. I had no choice. You lose the thing you came for, which is the strength that comes from accuracy. You don't need to be cruel to be true. You do need to be plain. Then name the value that was in play. Not a thesis, just a word you recognize when you hear it in your own mouth. Honesty, steadiness, fairness, courage, restraint. Did your action fit it? If yes, feel the small internal click that tells you you're aligned. If not, resist autographing the excuse and write a next step so ordinary it could happen before lunch. Tomorrow, send by noon. Apologize without paragraphs. Protect the boundary early, not loudly. Integrity grows by these small, boring edits repeated until they are furniture. Keep the scale human. 10 minutes is plenty. A page, not a saga. The mind loves to turn journals into novels. Novels invite performance. Performance invites hiding. You're not building an archive for admirers. You're building a low fence that keeps you from wandering into the weeds you habitually find. If you miss a day, skip the scolding and pick up the thread. The thread is the practice, not the streak. Use the page to separate events from judgments the way you do in calmer hours. She didn't respond is a fact. She disrespects me is a guess in costume. Seeing them side by side gives you room to choose a response that won't cost tomorrow's peace. The notebook becomes a training ground for that hinge between spark and act. You'll feel it when heat tries to recruit your pen and the pen refuses. Let roles speak on the page. As a colleague, did you clarify or decorate? As a partner, did you act like a teammate or like an audience? As a citizen, did you do one thing that would survive a skeptical retelling? Journaling turns vague identity statements into verbs. I'm supportive becomes I asked 3 questions and did the dishes. I value justice becomes I made the call and donated an hour. Ambition shrinks to a size that can actually be performed. Watch for 2 traps. The first is rumination dressed as rigor. If your sentences circle the same complaint with better adjectives, stop. Write 1 line you can act on and close the book. The second is self-flattery stored in public language for a private task. If your tone sounds like it's auditioning, narrow your audience to 1, the future you who will read this and need a map more than applause. Write for them. They are gracious and they are exacting. You can split a page without making it a spreadsheet. Draw 2 narrow columns with your thumb. What happened? What I'll do. Or 3, if it helps. Event. Value. Next move. Keep it messy enough to stay human. Underline 1 sentence, the one you'd be proud to live tomorrow. That underline is a promise. Promises don't need italics to work. They need repetition. Occasionally, read back a week or a month, you'll see themes you can't see inside a single day. The hour when you always leak attention, the person who becomes your best self by proximity, the pattern of over-promising on Tuesdays. Adjust 1 lever, buffer the hour, schedule the person, lower the Tuesday ceiling, and watch the texture of your week change. The notebook becomes a workshop manual for a machine you're learning to run. Let your body help you close. After you've written the 1 next action, do some small thing that signals the session is over. Wash the cup, stack tomorrow's materials, step outside for a minute of real air. Writing that doesn't return to motion becomes theater. Motion that never consults writing becomes drift. The 2 kept in conversation produce a steadier person than either alone. If you dread the page, make it kinder. Write the apology to yourself. You would write to a friend, short, specific, free of self-indictment. We missed it today. Here's the plan for tomorrow. Or write 1 line of gratitude that isn't a performance. The ache that meant the workout happened, the laugh that interrupted your argument with yourself, the light on the kitchen tile. This is not saccharine, it is a correction to a brain that undercounts ordinary good. And when you need courage, borrow a voice. Many have kept such pages before you. Let 1 sit beside you in imagination while you write a calm ancestor, a steady teacher, a public figure whose private standards you admire, even a fictional character who never traded truth for spectacle. Ask, how would they phrase what I'm avoiding? The mere act of hearing another tone can unclench your own. You are not asking them to live for you. You are asking them to lend you better sentences until yours are strong enough to stand alone. Mentors in your mind. Picture a long table in a quiet room you carry with you. The chairs are empty until you choose them. A teacher who never raised their voice sits at one end. Across from them, the colleague who always found the signal inside the static. A grandparent who survived lean years without turning mean. Someone you've never met whose book steadied you at the right moment. When the day gets noisy, you call the meeting in your head, not to outsource your life, but to borrow better sentences and steadier posture until your own return. The Stoics did this deliberately. Marcus wrote to himself like a student under watchful elders. Epictetus urged his listeners to keep exemplars at hand, the way a sailor keeps stars. The method is simple. Appoint an inner council, consult it quickly, act, and dismiss the meeting. You aren't worshiping idols. You're practicing a skill athletes use without apology, visualizing good form so the body can reproduce it under stress. Choose mentors for functions, not fame. One for clarity under heat, one for fairness in conflict, one for craftsmanship, one for courage that doesn't shout. Living or dead, public or private, famous or utterly ordinary, the test is the weather they induce in you. Do you stand a little straighter? Speak a little plainer, aim a little truer when you imagine them watching? Good. Seat them. If a voice makes you smaller or theatrical, thank it and show it out. Give each chair a question they're responsible for. The calm ant in your memory handles tone. How would she say this so it could be heard? The principled manager governs process. What step keeps this honest next week, not just today? The craftswoman insists on method. What tiny improvement would she make before shipping? The neighbor who shows up quietly asks about justice. Who is affected by this, who isn't in the room? These questions aren't spells, they're breaks on impulsive stories. Practice the 3-chair drill before tense moments. Chair 1, a stern but fair mentor. What would they ask you to do? Chair 2, a kind realist. What cost are you ignoring? Chair 3, the future you who has already handled this. What did you do that worked? Jot their answers in a line. You've now replaced anxious rehearsal with guidance that fits your values. Keep your counsel human. A heroic mask is useless. You need their ordinary habits. How did they draft apologies? How did they start a hard conversation? What did they do when their plan broke? Write those into a small playbook you can open in a minute. Sentences, checklists, policies. Mentorship without tactics is decoration. Your inner copy of them should know where the light switch is when the room goes dark. Beware charisma. Prefer character. A bright voice that delights you isn't a mentor. If they leave wreckage behind them, test a candidate by 3 filters. Did they stay decent when they lost? Did they keep their hands dirty with real work? Did people close to them feel safer, not dazzled? Mentors who pass those tests will keep your ambitions from outrunning your ethics. Rotate the roster with your life. New role, new chair. A first-time parent needs a model of gentle firmness. A new leader needs someone who can separate ego from service. An artist needs a stubborn craftsperson who kept making when applause missed. Retire mentors when their season ends. You are curating a living tool, not assembling a pantheon. Let the council correct both cowardice and zeal. If you're about to fold, picture the bravest member saying, "Do the next honest piece of work." If you're about to swing too hard, let the gentlest say, "Win in a way you can live with." If you're tempted by shortcuts, hear the boring mentor you underappreciate. Document the process, protect the next person. The point is not drama, it's usable alignment. Invite diversity of method, unity of virtue. Your counsel can disagree about tactics. One urges a phone call, another a letter, a third silence, but they should all anchor to the same pillars: justice, courage, temperance, wisdom. When you feel torn, ask which option honors all 4 more fully. The answer won't always be comfortable. It will usually be clear. Use the counsel for repair, not only for strategy. After you misstep, sit them down. Here's what I did. What is the smallest fix with the biggest honesty? Then do it before the day closes. Mentors worth having do not shame. They supervise. They know that integrity is maintenance more than theater. Make a small shrine of sentences, a few lines on cards or in your phone that you can touch when noise rises. Boundary first, then kindness. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Speak to behavior, not identity. Do not trade tomorrow's respect for tonight's relief. Put a name beside each line. The chair who would say it. These are not quotes to post. They're tools to use. Remember the most powerful mentor available, the person you become on your best days. Not the fantasy self with infinite time and perfect lighting, the one who actually existed for an hour last month and handled something better than usual. Invite them to the table. Ask what they did. Let that version of you tutor the present one. You're not pretending. You're remembering. Finally, feed the council with real examples. Models starve without stories. Read a page of a life you admire. Watch an ordinary act done well. Collect small case studies of decency under pressure. The mind learns by pattern. The more patterns you store, the easier it is to find one that fits a tense moment. This isn't nostalgia. It's training your taste so your impulses have worthier shapes to imitate. The meeting shouldn't last long. 30 seconds on the sidewalk before you knock. 1 minute with a pen before you reply. A breath and a sentence in the doorway. Call, consult, act, close. Good mentorship isn't an escape from responsibility. It's a way to shoulder it without drama. And it grows best when you keep placing yourself in the kinds of rooms, quiet or printed, where steadier voices can reach you, even while the world is shouting for your attention. Reading as resistance. On the train, a dozen screens burn like small suns. Headlines bloom and vanish. Thumbs flicker, faces tighten, loosen, tighten again. Your own phone warms in your pocket, a little animal asking to be fed. You open a paperback instead. The world narrows to paper and breath. The carriage softens. A sentence reaches across time and takes your hand. For 5 stops, no one gets to rent your nervous system. This is what reading is now, a quiet defiance. Reading is resistance to the economy of interruption. It refuses the auction of your attention in favor of a single conversation with a mind that bothered to think all the way to a period. Where feeds reward reaction, books train response. Where the stream keeps you skimming. A page gives you weight. Weight is not heaviness. It's gravity, the felt pull toward meaning. Long sentences teach you to hold more than one idea without dropping either. Paragraphs train patience the way mountains train legs. Not all reading resists. Skimming headlines that promise fury is just scrolling on paper. The test is whether the text enlarges your capacity to live, to see more clearly, speak more carefully, choose more deliberately. Choose books that meet you at the level of your day's hardest tasks, craft that sharpens your method, history that expands your scale, biography that lends you steadier posture, philosophy that hands you usable sentences. Fiction matters too. It builds the muscles of empathy and attention, letting you inhabit other weather systems long enough to stop mistaking your climate for the world. There is an ethical edge to this. A calmer citizen is harder to stampede. A more patient reader is less likely to mistake volume for truth. Slow pages reduce the market for outrage because you've learned to prefer coherence to adrenaline. In a time that monetizes our flinches, turning to a chapter is not retreat, it's training. Make the practice small and repeatable. 20 minutes before the world wakes. 10 pages at lunch. A stanza on a stairwell. Carry a slim book the way others carry a second battery. A page is a surprising unit of peace. It costs less than a scroll and returns more than a nap. Put a slip of paper in the back for a commonplace. Lines that keep working after the cover closes. Do not trade tomorrow's respect for tonight's relief. Speak to behavior, not identity. Copying slows the mind to the text speed. Slowness is where meaning catches up. Annotate, not to decorate intelligence, but to practice dialogue. Underline the sentence you disagree with and write the Kinder interpretation beside it. Star the passage that lands like a tool you didn't know you needed. Ask a question in the margin and live with it a day. Margins are where books stop being furniture and start being mentors. Build a small ecosystem around reading so it survives real life. Pair one book with one place, a chair, a train, a bench beneath a stingy tree. Let objects cue the act. A lamp that goes on when you open the cover, a pencil that lives between pages, a card that marks where you promised yourself to return. Ritual is not superstition, it's friction removed. Libraries deserve their own paragraph. A public room full of unpriced thought is an act of civic mercy. Use it. Check out the book you aren't sure about because the experiment is free. Sit at a table with strangers who are all, in their own way, resisting the same thing, the flattening of a life into transactions. Libraries remind you that the commons exists and that you belong to it. Rereading counts. You are not the same person who first met the text. The book is different because you are. Return to a few works each year, one that steadies your craft, one that corrects your ambition, one that rinses your speech. You'll notice the new underlines cluster where the season has been rubbing. Read publicly in small ways. Keep a book visible on a counter. Open it in a waiting room. Children who see adults reading learn what leisure can look like without electricity. Colleagues who pass a page on your desk understand you guard periods of undistracted thought. You become a tiny billboard for a usable alternative to the feed. Guard against reading as escape from every obligation. The page should return you to the room, better able to serve. Close the chapter and make one decision your future self will thank you for. If the book never improves your hour off the page, adjust your shelf. The point is not to accumulate finished spines, it's to accumulate better days. Sometimes the bravest act is to read what contradicts your favorite story about the world, your tribe, yourself. Do it slowly, not to be converted, but to learn where your reasons end and your instincts begin. The discipline isn't agreement, it's proportion. A mind that has practiced staying with a hard paragraph can stay with a hard conversation without burning the table. When attention frays, read less and better. One page deeply beats 20 while half distracted. Close the phone in another room. Let silence be the soundtrack. Look up when a sentence lands and give it the respect of a pause. The pause is part of the book. It's where the transfer happens. There is a humbler dividend. After half an hour with unhurried words, the world comes back into focus at a friendlier scale. Steam on a mug looks like an event. A walk regains plot. Appetite quiets because it has been fed something without sugar. You find yourself wanting fewer loud things and enjoying more of what you already have. Light, bread, a voice in the next room, a task done with care. Reading, then, is not only resistance to noise, it is rehearsal for a simpler appetite, a way of learning that richness is often a function of attention, not accumulation. Simple living, deep joy. You clear a table, and an entire hour changes its posture. The surface looks larger than it is. Your breathing slows without asking permission. You place one mug, one book, one small plant, and the room feels like it finally remembers what it's for. Simple living often begins like this, not with vows or deprivation, but with subtraction that lets the day come into focus. Simplicity is a discipline of choosing what carries meaning over what merely makes noise. The Stoics never argued for bare walls as a moral costume. They argued for fewer dependencies that own you in return. Own what you can care for. Keep what you can use with gratitude. Let the rest return to the world. Joy stops being a rare guest when your life has places for it to sit. The test is not aesthetic but functional. Ask each object and each obligation a plain question. What good do you perform here? A pan that cooks often earns its space more than a device that promises novelty but spends electricity and dust. A friendship that exchanges presents outruns a contact list built for display. Even convenience must answer. If a convenience buys you speed at the price of tension, the trade is bad. If a simpler method slows you just enough to notice your own life, that slowness is a form of wealth. Simplicity works on the calendar first. Remove one recurring commitment whose only product is friction. Replace the hour with something that lengthens you. Quiet work, a walk, a call placed before guilt grows roots. Make meals gentler, food you can pronounce, cooked in pans you can lift, eaten at a table where your attention is the main seasoning. A day that contains one thing done with care tastes better than a day that hands you 10 unfinished performances. This is not austerity. It's range. You practice being well with a little more space in the closet, a little more air between appointments, a little more room on the shelf where your eyes can rest. Range lowers the stakes of fortune. When life takes a notch as it does, you don't shatter, you adjust. And when abundance visits, you're less likely to confuse it with meaning. You can enjoy the feast and still recognize that the sweetness wasn't the host. It was the people at the table, the laughter, the fact that you were there. Money becomes simpler when the appetite attached to it is trained. Spend freely on what deepens your hours. Books that are read, tools that are used hard, shoes that turn distance into pleasure, ingredients that gather people around a pot. Spend slowly on status and on anything that will make you audition each morning. Debt that buys time for craft or safety has a case. Debt that buys applause becomes a landlord inside your ribs. Budgeting in this light is not punishment, it's curation. You're choosing the museum your days will walk through. Simplicity also edits speech. You keep your promises small enough to keep. You decline the urge to narrate motives when an apology will do. You describe the thing you need in clear words instead of offering a riddle and resenting the wrong answer. Rooms improve when language becomes as plain as bread. Your home can help by becoming a teacher rather than a trophy case. Place items where the next version of you will be tired and grateful for a cue. The book on the chair you'll sit in, the shoes by the door, the notes by the sink where morning finds you. A drawer of useful tools gives more joy than a shelf of aspirational gadgets. Beauty isn't excluded, it's invited on the condition that it participate. Flowers you'll watch open, a print that calms your breathing, a bowl that makes fruit look like a decision already made. Simplicity sharpens attention to the textures that were always free. Air on skin, the exact sound of a kettle, the way late light turns a wall into a slow performance, the taste of an apple after you've eaten less sugar for a week. When appetite stops sprinting ahead, sensation catches up. You discover that delight was not missing. It was masked by volume. There is a social courage to all this. You will sometimes look unfashionable, leaving early, owning fewer things that glitter, declining one more commitment because you want your yes to keep its value. Let the costume go. People may not applaud your boundaries, but they will recognize the weather around you, calmer, kinder, less hungry for the wrong prizes. That climate is contagious. Simplicity is private work with public benefits. Rooms breathe better around a person who doesn't need constant refueling. Expect backsliding. Clutter returns the way dandelions do, cheerful and persistent. Simplicity is maintained the way a garden is. A little each day, a quiet Saturday sometimes, patience always. When a corner relapses into chaos, fix the corner, not your identity. You are not failing. You are tending. A small morning and evening ritual can keep the hinges oiled. In the morning, remove one thing from a surface and put one plan in place that protects an hour you care about. At night, put 3 items where tomorrow's hands will find them without fuss. The loop teaches your nervous system that life can be shaped in modest, trustworthy ways. Confidence grows by these kept promises. The humblest proof that simplicity is working is how you treat other people's time and attention. You arrive when you said you would. You answer what was asked instead of performing the version that flatters you. You leave a meeting making someone else's next step easier. You forget to look impressive and by accident become useful. Joy grows quickly in that soil. Simplicity has one more frontier, the invisible clutter that hums in your pocket and on your desk, the stream of little pings that turn minutes into confetti. If outer order creates space for joy, inner quiet protects it. The same discipline that cleared your table can clear your channels. Decide what gets to ring. decide when it's allowed to. And let silence be not an absence, but a room where your life can hear itself think. Digital Stoicism. Notifications. There's a casino in your pocket. The lights are smaller, and the dealers are invisible, but the game is the same: variable rewards, intermittent reinforcement, a promise that the next pull might matter. Every ping is a soft shoulder tap. Now, now, now. And if you wave everyone through, your day fills with other people's timing. Stoicism at the lock screen starts with a simple posture. You decide what gets to ring. Treat notifications as requests to rearrange your life. Each one asks you to stop a sentence mid-thought, to exit the room you're in, to let an external schedule draft your nervous system. Most don't deserve that authority. Make deliver quietly your default and break through a rare privilege. The point isn't to miss what matters, it's to let what matters be rare enough to hear. Begin where the noise begins, the lock screen. Badges are little billboards for unfinished business. Remove them. A red dot is not a moral claim. Let the home screen hold only tools you reach for on purpose. Put the slot machines on the second page or off the phone. Grayscale if you must. These aren't stunts, they are small changes to friction that give your better self a head start. Then draw a circle around emergencies. Decide now and in daylight the few people and numbers that may pass the gate at any hour: family, school, a caregiver, a hospital. Make the list short enough to memorize. Everyone else goes to scheduled time. When you grant this kind of clearance on purpose, you can silence the rest without that background hum of what if. Calm requires a plan as much as it requires willpower. Replace push with pull. Fetch your messages twice or 3 times by design, not by reflex. A single briefing for news, not an IV drip. If you use a watch, make it a health and calendar device. Leave your inbox on the phone. Watches are proximity amplifiers. They should not be panic bracelets. Configure focus or do not disturb with names you respect: writing, family, errands, sleep. Let modes enforce the values you'd like to believe you already follow. Notifications are not just sounds, they're social contracts. Teach your circles how to reach you. Align in a signature. I check email at 11 and 4. Text me urgent if timing matters. Prevents 3 people from escalating to all caps. When you answer, answer well. A clear decision, a next step, a time. Clarity reduces future taps more effectively than speed. Audit 1 app a day. Ask 3 questions. Is this for me? Is this actionable? Is this time critical? If the answer to all 3 is no, turn off alerts. For many apps, awareness is enough. Interruption is theft. Group non-critical updates into digests that arrive when you can afford to be interrupted. If your device offers suggested summaries, use them as training wheels until your own policies are muscle memory. Guard mornings like a monastery and evenings like a clinic. The first hour sets the day's waveform. The last hour repairs it. Nothing slips into both unless it keeps someone alive. Put the phone to bed outside the room where you sleep. If you can't, put it in a different corner and plug it into an outlet you must stand to reach. The extra steps are not discipline theater. They're architecture for sanity. When an alert does break through, name it before you obey it. A message arrived. I'll finish this sentence. That small label inserts a hinge where reflex would have lived. Finish the sentence. Then decide, act, defer, or ignore. Most alerts only feel like fire because their timing is borrowed drama. Actual fires announce themselves clearly. Your calmer attention will help you tell the difference. Your body notices when the taps stop. The shoulders lower because there is less flinching to do. Work regains depth because it isn't stitched together from dozens of tiny exits and re-entries. Relationships improve because presence returns. Eyes that don't dart, a voice that doesn't split its attention between a person and a pocket. Even leisure brightens when it isn't perforated. Idleness becomes rest instead of jitter. Expect relapse. Systems decay. Apps lobby for exemptions. Boredom starts whispering. When the seams fray, don't indict your character, fix the seam. One more app to quiet. one more badge to kill, one more rule to write in plain words, no same-hour replies to heat, no notifications on the lock screen, no pings during meals. Policy beats mood because it's available when mood isn't. There's an ethical angle, too. Every time you grant a trivial alert the right to shatter your attention, you model that fracture for the people near you. Children, especially, learn what adulthood is by watching how we treat our minutes. If we flinch for every buzz, they will inherit the flinch. If we guard the commons of attention, our own and theirs, they inherit a room where thinking can occur. This isn't about purity. There will be days when you choose noise on purpose, waiting rooms, delays, a brain too foggy for books. Fine. Choose. The difference between compulsion and consent is the difference between being carried and carrying. Digital Stoicism asks you to be the host, not the hallway. Try one small drill today. Pick a 2-hour block and silence everything that won't land you in a hospital if ignored. Put the phone behind you, not beside you. Do one verb: write, fix, sort, teach, play. When the block ends, open the gate and handle what arrived without theater. Feel the texture of those hours. That texture is why you're doing this. And once you've quieted the taps at the door, you'll notice another kind of noise. Not alerts, but accumulation, icons, files, obligations, errands, thoughts, each small, each defensible, together a fog. The next move isn't another app or another mode. It's a subtraction, a deliberate clearing until the signal stands where the clutter was. Subtractive clarity. You take everything off the table, every notebook, cable, cup, coin, and wipe the wood with the heel of your hand. When you place one mug back, the room inhales. It isn't just tidier. It's legible. Subtraction does that. A sculptor looks at stone and thinks in negatives. Not this, not this, not this, until the figure can breathe. Lives are the same. Most days do not need more. They need less. That is better. Clarity by addition is popular because buying feels like progress. Clarity by subtraction is quieter and sturdier. It says, choose a smaller number of things to carry and carry them well. It asks which habits keep dragging grit into your gears, which obligations disguise vanity as usefulness, which stories you tell about yourself that no longer pay rent. Remove a layer and the signal stands where noise was. Remove another and the work that matters becomes obvious enough to touch. Subtraction begins in rooms you can see. One surface cleared does more for a mind than 7 slogans. A drawer that holds only tools you actually use changes how a morning behaves. The coat you never wear is a decision you keep remaking. Send it to someone whose weather needs it. Books you will not read again are mentors waiting to move into another pair of hands. Space is not absence. It is the condition under which attention can occur. It continues in language. Extra words are smoke that stings the eyes. Write the email you wish you had received, one paragraph that describes the problem, one line that names the decision, one date that sets the next step. Speak the apology without a second paragraph of self-defense. Ask for what you need in small nouns and clear verbs. Rooms relax when sentences stop auditioning for admiration and start doing their jobs. Subtraction works on time with the gentleness of pruning and the firmness of a gardener. You remove the branch that steals light from 3 others. Suddenly growth happens without encouragement. One recurring meeting ends and skill returns to the hour that was captured. One errand that could be batched becomes part of a route instead of a detour that taxes your patience twice. You cancel a standing call that survives only out of inertia and discover that affection prefers fewer, better conversations to many thin ones. Thoughts respond to subtraction as reliably as closets do. Catch the adjectives that inflate a feeling into a fate, always, never, obviously, and set them down. Replace disaster with delay, betrayal with missed expectation. I'm a failure with I missed the mark. Smaller words recover options. You are not simplifying reality. You are removing the theater that kept you from seeing it. Goals become tractable when you subtract their theater too. Write a book is fog. Write 300 honest words before noon is air. Get fit is a billboard. Move 20 minutes and cook something you can pronounce is a floor you can stand on. Floors save years because they survive bad weather. Subtraction in this register is not austerity. It is mercy toward the part of you that keeps thinking a grand gesture will cancel the need for small repetitions. Digitally, subtraction is a salvation. Turn off alerts that are not protecting a human body. Move feeds off the home screen. Archive with cheerful aggression. A tidy inbox is not virtue, but a quiet one is a kinder room to think in. Unsubscribe from letters that make outrage your hobby. Your attention is not a landfill. Stop treating it like it can absorb anything without cost. Relationships benefit when the unnecessary is removed. Let go of scorekeeping that turns love into accounting. Retire the running commentary about other people's flaws. It never improved anyone's day, and it trained your mouth to be a fire hazard. Subtract the performative yes that births private resentment. Fewer promises made means more promises kept, and trust grows in that soil like thyme, low, fragrant everywhere you step. Work, too, sharpens when you carve away non-essential motion. Stop presenting slides to prove that you are working. Deliver something that works. Replace ornamental process with a checklist that prevents last week's mistake. Delete one metric that drives theater and keep the one that improves the product for a person with a name. Make handoffs so clean the next person smiles without knowing why. Subtractive systems honor the future stranger who will inherit your work and for a moment will be you. Subtraction meets resistance because emptiness feels like an accusation. But the point of making room is not to admire room, it is to host what is worth having. The cleared table is for a meal, a plan, a page. The lighter calendar is so a conversation can go long when it deserves to. The shorter to-do list is so your hands can bring more quality to fewer things. The ego calls this small. The nervous system calls it relief. Start small enough to repeat. Clear one shelf and keep it honest for a week. Choose one ritual to remove. Late night scrolling, the extra drink that erases the next morning, and give yourself back the hours it was quietly stealing. Reduce one category of possessions by a third. The kitchen tells the truth faster than the closet. So do the sentences you send. Let simplicity enter through the actions that would embarrass a manifesto. You will backslide. Clutter returns because life keeps happening. The practice is not to panic. It is to prune again. Seasonal, routine, expected. A good gardener does not mourn every cut. They think of light. Light on leaves. Light on a desk. Light inside a schedule. Subtraction, kept kindly, is a way of letting light reach your days. One more subtraction remains, and it is the one that makes all the others hold, the removal of obligations you cannot carry without selling your peace. Clarity often looks. At the moment of choice, like refusal, it is not a tantrum or a manifesto. It is a single clean sentence that protects the part of you that does the work and loves the people you claim to love. You do not need a speech. You need a boundary delivered with the steadiness you have been building everywhere else. Say no without drama. A request lands softly. Can you take this on? Your mouth starts shaping a yes before your calendar can raise its hand. You know the choreography. Agree now, resent later, scramble in the middle. Stoicism proposes a cleaner move. Say no in a way that preserves your peace and the relationship using as few words as possible and no fireworks at all. Drama is a tax paid by people who think a boundary needs a speech. It doesn't. A good no is brief, kind, and believable. Brief, so it doesn't invite haggling. Kind, so it doesn't start a new fire. Believable, because you will have to keep it when the room looks at you. Think of it as a door with a window closed, but you can still see one another. Start with posture. Unclench the jaw. Lower your shoulders. Put both feet on the floor. Then use a 3-beat sentence. Appreciation, boundary, if appropriate alternative. Thanks for thinking of me. I can't take that on. If you send specifics, I can point you to someone better. Or I appreciate the invite. I'm not available. Wishing you a great event. No apologies for existing. No autobiography. The more biography you add, the more material you hand to a negotiator. Write a personal policy for your recurring asks and let the policy do the talking. I don't do same-day meetings. I don't start new projects mid-quarter. I don't work Sundays. Policies replace vibes with architecture. They're easier to defend because they don't look like judgments of the person asking. If you're tempted to bend the rule, make exceptions rare and explicit. I'm breaking my rule today for X. Next week, back to normal. This keeps your boundary from dissolving by osmosis. Be wary of the counterfeit yes. Sure, maybe. I'll try. That mortgages tomorrow's goodwill. A soft lie now becomes a hard conversation later. If you truly don't know, time box it. Let me check my commitments. I'll confirm by Thursday. Then really confirm, yes or no. Not a weather report. Reliability is kinder than flattery. Guilt will audition as wisdom. It isn't. Saying yes to everything is not generosity. It's a refusal to prioritize. When you accept out of guilt, you sign someone else up to pay your future self, your team, your family, your sleep. A clean no protects those invisible parties. You can care about a cause without being the one to carry it. You can admire a person without leasing them your time. Common tricks will try to rent your boundary. Urgency. We need it now. Counter. If it's due today, I'm not the right person. Flattery. Only you can do it. Counter. That's kind. I still have to decline. Guilt. We were counting on you. Counter. I hear that. I can't commit. FOMO. It'll be huge. Counter. It may be. I'm sitting this one out. Notice the pattern. Name, acknowledge, restate the line. Broken record calm is a skill. Offer alternatives only if they're real. A false door is worse than a closed one. Useful options include narrowing the scope. I can review 2 pages, not 20, changing the timeline. Next month works, this week doesn't, or redirecting, ask Mira. She's the right fit. These aren't evasions, they're design. You're helping the other person find a workable path that doesn't require you to split in 2. Practice small no's to build the muscle. Decline the extra tab at night. Decline the impulse to answer instantly. Decline the second obligation that will make you late to both. Each quiet refusal teaches your nervous system that saying no doesn't make you unsafe or unkind. Courage, rehearsed small, becomes available large. At home, simplicity saves love. No, I'm tired beats the martyrdom that breeds resentment. Pair the no with a promise you can keep. No to tonight. Yes to Saturday morning. With children, clear and warm. No, not now. You can try again after dinner. Consistency is the kindness. 1,000 negotiations is the cruelty. At work, make your calendar visible to yourself first. If the block is real, the no is solid. Protect deep work windows with a script. Heads down 9:11. I can talk at 11:30. Put your process in your out-of-office or signature. When you reply, how you schedule, how to flag true urgency. The clearer the map, the fewer roadside rescues you'll be asked to perform. Deal with pushback without performing. If someone presses, don't escalate volume. Lower it. I get that it's frustrating. My answer's the same. You're not a vending machine that jams when shaken. If they interpret your boundary as rejection, name the distinction. This is about capacity, not value. If they weaponize disappointment, step back. We can revisit when we're both steadier. Remember that no can be a deposit, not a withdrawal, when it preserves quality. Turning down a misfit project protects the work you already promised. Declining a meeting you can't influence gives the group back a more focused version of you later. Bounds concentrate effort. Concentration is how excellence happens. Give yourself a shut-off phrase for your own ruminations after you've said no. The decision is done. The mind loves to relitigate. Decision made, return to work. Then actually return to a verb that proves your boundary was in service of something, not merely against something. When you fill the space your no created with your best yes, regret quiets. There will be mistakes. You'll say yes and feel the immediate wobble in your gut. Correct early. I overcommitted. My fault. I need to step back now while you still have time to adjust. People don't love it. They hate the late collapse more. You'll say no too sharply. Repair. I was abrupt. The answer is still no. I could have said it kinder. Integrity isn't never erring. It's tending the line. If you fear being seen as difficult, consider the long view. The person who always says yes becomes unreliable because their yes means nothing. The person who says fewer, truer yes becomes a person others plan around. Your reputation is a byproduct of how you spend your hours. Protect them, and the byproduct tends to be trust. Finally, remember the purpose of all this, not to grow a shell, but to keep the core usable. A clean no creates the conditions for a wholehearted yes to your work, your people, your own sanity. The next practice keeps that balance visible, holding the line while keeping the door of goodwill open, so boundaries don't become walls and kindness doesn't dissolve into compliance. Hold lines, keep heart open. You can feel the moment a conversation tilts. A request leans past what you can give. A tone crosses from pressure into contempt. Your body knows before your mouth does. Shoulders rise, breath shortens. The old urge to either fold or fight returns. Stoicism offers a third option. Stand where you said you'd stand, and stay kind while you do it. The art is spine and softness together. Boundaries without heart become walls. Heart without boundaries dissolves into compliance. The middle path is firm goodwill. You hold the line because it protects what you're responsible for, your work, your health, your promises, and you hold it in a way that leaves dignity on the table for both sides. You are not punishing anyone. You are taking care of the commons you share. Start by joining the human before you draw the line. Say the recognition in one plain sentence. I see why this matters to you. I hear you're under pressure. I get that you're disappointed. This isn't surrender. It's oxygen. Most escalation is a person trying not to feel alone inside their need. When you name the feeling, the volume drops enough that the next sentence can land. Then place the boundary in clear, warm language. Short sentences protect kindness. I can't take that on. I'm logging off at 6. I won't continue if the tone stays like this. Avoid the performance of lawyering your own life. If you stack paragraphs of biography behind the no, you invite cross-examination. Let the line be a fact, not a debate. Pair firmness with a path. I can't do tonight. Saturday works. Not this scope. Here's what I can do. Not in that tone. Happy to talk when we're both cooler. Paths keep goodwill alive because they say the relationship matters even when the request can't be met. You're not closing the door, you're moving the conversation to a doorway you can stand in without losing your shape. Let your face and body tell the same story as your words. Unclench the jaw, lower your shoulders, breathe out before you speak. Eyes on the person, not the screen. Posture that isn't braced invites de-escalation. People read threat in muscles long before they hear threat in nouns and verbs. Calm form doesn't guarantee a calm outcome, but it stops you from adding weather to the room. Decide consequences in daylight, not in heat. If the deadline is missed again, I'll reassign. If meetings keep overrunning, I'll leave at the hour. If you raise your voice, I will pause the call. Consequences delivered without contempt teach faster than speeches delivered while furious. When the moment arrives, carry them out quietly. Quiet is what separates a boundary from a revenge plot. Compassion doesn't mean absorbing other people's work or moods. It means staying curious about what pain might be driving the behavior while refusing to let pain justify harm. You can ask, what's underneath this, and still say, I won't accept this. You can offer a resource and still keep the deadline. You can sit with someone's sadness without turning your life into a cushion for their refusals. At home, the practice is tender and exact. Love tempts you to trade clarity for harmony, then sends you the bill in resentment. Say the truth in the smallest kind words. I want to help, I'm at capacity. I love you. I need quiet for an hour. I was sharp earlier. I'll be gentler, and I'm still saying no. Warmth is not capitulation. It is the medium that allows truth to travel without tearing. At work, the practice is procedural and humane. Protect deep work because it's how the team eats. Decline meetings that have no decision to make. Ask for agendas. End on time. If someone chronically drops their load onto others, address behavior, not identity. When X happens, Y breaks. Next time do Z. It's easier to keep heart open when you speak to actions and effects instead of summoning a courtroom about motives. Forgiveness belongs here, but with a definition that keeps you whole. Forgiveness is letting go of the fantasy of a better past, not volunteering for another round of harm. You can release bitterness and still require change. You can wish someone well from a new distance. You can re-enter slowly with checks that protect the work and the people the work touches. Repair is part of holding lines, too. Your repairs. You will get it wrong. You'll go rigid. You'll get sarcastic. You'll mistake fatigue for principle. Own it quickly and without autobiography. I was unkind. The boundary stands. My tone didn't need to. This kind of repair keeps the door of goodwill from slamming while reinforcing that the line is real. If you fear that firmness makes you cold, watch what actually happens when you practice it. Your tenderness stops leaking into places it can't help. The care you do offer lands with more weight because it isn't tangled with resentment. People learn you mean what you say. That reliability is a gift disguised as restraint. The hardest test arrives when holding the line costs status, comfort, or approval. You decline the lucrative client who wants you to pad numbers. You don't laugh at the joke that trims someone who isn't in the room. You refuse to rush a safety step because investors are visiting. In those moments, it helps to remember you're not acting only for yourself. You're acting on behalf of the future, you who will have to live with the story, and on behalf of the quieter people in the room who needed someone else to go first. There is an inner weather that follows this practice. It isn't triumph. It's steadiness. You sleep with fewer rehearsals. You leave fewer messes to clean. You become easier to work and live beside because people don't have to guess which version of you showed up. Kindness survives because you didn't spend it all compensating for the chaos your unclear lines created. If you want an image to carry, try this velvet over steel. The velvet lets hands rest. The steel holds shape. Remove either, and the tool fails. Keep both, and you can lift things that matter without cutting what you're lifting. That's the whole ambition here, to move through rooms with a calm force that protects the good while staying human about the cost. And if you need a compass when choices blur, return to the old pillars that have steadied people for a long time: courage to state the line, temperance to keep the tone, justice to consider the impact beyond your own comfort, and wisdom to choose the right tool for this hour. Keep practicing until the posture becomes your default atmosphere, firm and still warm. The 4 virtues in practice. You wake to a day you didn't design. The forecast lies, the inbox blooms. A friend needs more than you'd planned to give. Philosophy is only useful if it fits inside scenes like these. The Stoics kept their toolkit small and portable. Wisdom, courage, justice, temperance. 4 simple names. Often printed on banners, rarely carried into kitchens and meetings. Carried is the point. Wisdom goes first because it sets the table. It isn't about outsmarting anyone. It's about seeing accurately enough that the next move isn't a guess in a costume. Before the reply, you describe what happened in one plain sentence a skeptic could accept. Before the decision, you ask what is fact and what is fear wearing makeup. Wisdom replaces performance with proportion. It invites quiet questions. What do I actually control here? What am I assuming because it flatters me? What would this look like from the balcony instead of the hallway? With that sightline, the day stops being a labyrinth and becomes a room with a few workable doors. Courage is permission to use those doors. It isn't a trumpet, it's a steady hand on a small knob. Make the call while your voice is still imperfect. Ask the blunt question you've been rehearsing at 2 a.m. Say, "I was unfair earlier," and don't add the second paragraph that tries to keep your pride upright. Courage is motion in the presence of discomfort, not the absence of it. You pay it in first steps. One sentence, one knock, one signature you've postponed because the unknown was louder than the necessary. Justice widens the frame so your bravery isn't just for yourself. It asks who else is touched by this choice, especially the people not in the room. You write the process so the next person doesn't have to guess. You credit the colleague whose work made yours possible. You decline the profitable thing that would quietly harm a stranger you'll never meet. Justice is not courtroom theater. It is design of meetings, of policies, of habits, so that power doesn't always flow to the loudest or the nearest. It's the instinct to make a path that others can use without asking for a password. Temperance keeps the instruments tuned so the music can be played. It is restraint, but not starvation, balance, but not blandness. You turn the volume down on appetites that want to be in charge, more approval, more sugar, more tabs, and you turn the volume up on what lasts, craft, sleep, a walk that makes rooms clearer. Temperance is the hand that closes the laptop at the hour you promised, the choice to leave one argument unfought because it would purchase triumph with tomorrow's peace. It's the quiet refusal to make drama a hobby. Individually, the virtues help. Together, they prevent each other's worst parodies. Courage without wisdom becomes recklessness. Wisdom without courage becomes a library you never enter. Justice without temperance becomes self-righteousness that burns the village to prove a point. Temperance without justice becomes a tidy room in a burning house. Practiced as a set, they correct each other's drift and make a person easier to live beside. You can feel them braid inside ordinary scenes. In a meeting that drifts, wisdom writes the decision and the next step on the board. Temperance ends on time. Justice names who owns the task and what support they'll have. Courage asks, "What are we pretending not to know?" and carries the silence that follows without blinking. In a kitchen at 9, wisdom says the child is tired, not defiant. Temperance lowers the voice. Justice keeps the line warm and firm. Courage apologizes if your tone cut when a smaller blade would do. On hard days, the sequence becomes a lifeline. Hospital waiting rooms want wisdom first. What is known, what isn't, what can be done today. Courage makes the call list and takes the next step without bargaining for certainty. Justice schedules shifts so no one drowns alone. Temperance forces food and sleep when the mind insists it's above such chores. None of this is heroic. It is how ordinary people keep a family, a team, a self from fraying. If you like rituals, give each virtue a sentence you can whisper and a small action you can perform inside 10 minutes. For wisdom, name the fact, then write one dry line. For courage, first inch, then send the message you've been avoiding. For justice, who else? Then adjust one plan so it doesn't spend someone you don't see. For temperance, enough. Then close a tab, pour water, step outside for 5 slow breaths. These are not slogans. They are hinges. Hinges let heavy doors move. You will miss the mark. You'll be clever when you needed to be brave. You'll be brave in a way that scorched someone who didn't deserve it. You'll call austerity temperance, and congratulation justice. The work then is repair along the same grain. Tell the truth you dodged. Make the amends you owe. Rebalance the appetite that ran hot. Reopen the circle you shrank to your own size. Integrity is maintenance more than monument. What changes, slowly, is climate. Rooms you enter calm down by a degree. Deadlines generate less theater because your process is visible and fair. People argue with you without needing armor. You sleep a little better, not because fortune spared you, but because you kept your shape when she didn't. The virtues don't remove weather. They teach you seamanship. And when a day asks you to care more than is comfortable, these same pillars keep care from tipping into collapse. Wisdom separates what belongs to you from what belongs to the storm. Courage lets you offer help that is honest about your limits. Justice directs your effort to where it actually lightens a load. Temperance stops the savior impulse that spends tomorrow's strength on tonight's performance. Care remains care, warm, real, and survivable. Compassion without collapse. You pick up your phone and someone's crisis spills into your lap. The urge is clean, fix, absorb, carry. 10 minutes later, you're orbiting the same panic, your own day knocked off its rails. Caring is a good instinct. Drowning next to the person you meant to help isn't. The Stoic move is to keep the heart open while keeping the borders of the self intact, warmth as a practice, not a merger. Compassion is not the same as over-identification. When you mirror every feeling you meet, you become a hall of echoes. Both of you get louder, and neither of you gets steadier. Empathy registers the weather. Compassion brings an umbrella. One feels with, the other feels with, and then acts inside what is possible. Inside what is possible is the phrase that saves you from collapse. Begin by separating three truths: what happened, what they feel, what is yours to do. The first two deserve recognition without edits. Say the plain sentence that proves you're in the room. I hear the fear, the anger, the fatigue. You don't improve a wound by grading it. But the third truth belongs to you alone. What can I actually do that helps without making promises my life can't keep? When you let that question lead, your help becomes real instead of theatrical. The body is part of this boundary. Lower your shoulders. Keep your breath slow enough to be borrowed by the person across from you. When your posture says safe, your words don't have to shout. If you've taken on the other person's adrenaline, step back for a glass of water, a short walk, a window. You're not abandoning them. You're refusing to bring more firewood to a hot room. The mind needs a similar gait. Compassion fatigue is often boundary fatigue in disguise. Too many inputs, too little triage. You are not the emergency department for the entire internet. Choose a few channels you will check at reasonable times and let the rest pass without indictment. You don't love less because you can't carry the globe. You love better where you stand because you saved strength for the place your hands can reach. Language can keep you out of rescue fantasies. Trade I'll fix it for I'm with you. Here's what I can do today. Trade you should for would it help if. Trade. That's nothing for. That sounds heavy. Advice lands better when it's invited. Presence lands always. Sometimes the most useful sentence is, this is hard, and you're not crazy. Validation isn't indulgence. It's oxygen that lets the next breath carry work. Care is work, so give it structure. Set time boundaries before you begin. I can be fully here for 20 minutes. People relax when they know the container. Offer concrete help with clear edges. A meal, a ride, 2 hours of logistics, a quiet hour side by side. Vague help breeds resentment. Precise help can be delivered and received without drama. If the need is bigger than your span, help them widen the circle to professionals or to others who can share the load. Refusal to widen is not loyalty. It is a plan to break. Remember role ethics. In 1 hour, you may be a friend, a parent, a manager, a stranger in a hallway. Each role has a shape. As a friend, you sit longer and speak less. As a manager, you move from sympathy to plan, clarify scope, remove blockers, schedule check-ins. As a parent, you pair warmth with a line, because safety sometimes requires no. Collapsing the roles, being a manager when a friend needs a lap, being a friend when a report needs a decision helps no one. There will be asks you cannot honor without hurting people who trust you. Name that trade before it happens. If I do this for you tonight, I will break 2 promises elsewhere. I won't do that. Here is what I can do. This is not coldness, it is justice. You are weighing invisible costs. A person who has forgotten their own edges will resent your math. Hold it anyway. Your steadiness may be a boundary they learn to imitate when their weather clears. Let relief pass through you without recruiting debt. When someone thanks you, accept it simply. When no one thanks you, do not collect a secret balance. Compassion is not an investment vehicle. Keep a small rule to protect this. If you can't give cleanly, don't give yet. Do the internal work so your yes is a true yes, not a down payment on future compliance. Care for the caregiver as policy, not as an afterthought. Eat before you take the late call. Sleep even if the world is not finished. Move your body so adrenaline has somewhere to go that isn't someone else's face. Joy is not a betrayal of suffering. It is fuel. Rooms with no laughter are hospitals. Make your life a house where comfort can be served without sarcasm. Watch for the savior impulse that makes you the protagonist of other people's stories. It flatters and then exhausts. Ask, am I making this about me? If the answer is yes, shrink your silhouette. Ask better, smaller questions. What would lighten the next hour? Who else should be in this room? What can I take off their list that they will actually let go of? This turns you from hero to helper, which is humbler and more sustainable. Sometimes compassion means saying no and staying close. I won't argue while you're shouting. I'll sit in the next room. When you're ready to try again, I'm here. Or I can't lend money. I will cook dinner this week while you get your budget straight. Love is not measured by the number of fires you enter. It's measured by the number of fires that actually go out. You will overreach. You will ghost when you meant to show up. You will give in ways that felt generous and were only avoidant. Repair is part of care. Name the miss, apologize without autobiography, and set a better frame for next time. People don't need you flawless. They need you trustworthy. If you want one sentence to carry, make it this: be warm, be clear, be brief, return, warm to join the human, clear to protect the work, brief so attention isn't wasted, return so care becomes a rhythm instead of a performance. Kept this way, compassion doesn't hollow you out. It seasons you, it leaves you with enough steadiness to keep offering help in its cleanest form. The kind that doesn't need a spotlight, doesn't grow a scoreboard, and still finds its way exactly where it's needed. Help without needing credit. You pick up the stray task no one claimed, the messy spreadsheet, the misaddressed email, the chairs left askew after a meeting, and straighten the room without announcing yourself. Nothing in the metrics changes. No applause arrives. But something inside does, a small, steadying sense that you are here for the work, not for the photograph of the work. Helping without needing credit is a practice of freedom. Freedom from the scoreboard, freedom from the mood swings of recognition, freedom to serve what actually matters. Credit is a fine guest. It's a bad landlord. When help becomes a performance, the public outcome replaces the private aim. You begin to choose highly visible favors over deeply useful ones, to narrate generosity in a way that asks for rent, to measure friendship in return mentions. The Stoic correction is simple and stern. Aim at the good that survives a power outage. Choose the action that reduces harm, increases clarity, or lightens another's load, even if nobody notices the hands that did it. This doesn't mean erasing yourself. It means shifting the center of gravity from me to the work. In a team, anonymous labor still needs an accurate map so the system learns. So you fix the process quietly and document it. You onboard a junior colleague and write the checklist you wish you'd had. You close the loop with one sentence that gives others leverage. Issue resolved. Steps here. You aren't collecting applause, you're leaving breadcrumbs. Recognition may or may not follow. Competence certainly does. The clean test for non-transactional help is brutal and clarifying. Would I still do this if no one knew? If the answer is no, pause. Maybe the act was fine, and the motive needs sanding. Maybe the act isn't the best use of your hands. Helping without credit is not martyrdom. It's craft. You choose jobs that matter, match them to your capacity, and carry them with temperance. No flares, no fumes. Be specific and time-bound. I can take the first draft by Friday. I'll run QA for the next release. Vague offers are theater. Concrete offers save hours. When you finish, pass the baton clearly and step out of the spotlight you never stepped into. Let your language be plain. Done notes inside. Plainness is a shield against vanity and a gift to the next person. Praise, generously, is its own form of help, one that spends no resentment and multiplies morale. Name the quiet labor of others in rooms where it might be missed. Naya built the template we're all using. Jorge caught 3 bugs before launch. Giving credit is not the same as needing it. The first widens the light. The second demands it. Train your mouth to widen light. Hold 2 guardrails. First, don't let "I don't need credit" become a way for others to steal authorship or obscure accountability. Keep receipts without drama, so the record can be corrected when stakes require it. Performance reviews, budgets, safety. Second, don't overgive. A clean no protects future yeses you can stand by. Help that empties you creates more work later, repairing the resentment you grew while smiling. Watch for hunger signals that you've slipped back into the applause economy. The itch to mention your deed, the sulk when thanks doesn't land, the private ledger of favors. When you notice them, don't scold. Recalibrate. Do one useful task that cannot be traced to you. Take the trash on your way out. Fix the doc and leave the changelog, not your name, as the evidence. Feel how quickly the ego quiets when it has nothing to market. At home, invisible care is oxygen. Fold the laundry no one said was yours. Clean the thing that someone always cleans. Make the appointment, then resist the aftertaste of self-congratulation that turns love into accounting. If you need balance, ask for it plainly instead of hinting with martyrdom. I've got mornings. Can you take evenings? Justice belongs in households too, but justice delivered as negotiation, not as a highlight reel. In communities, think infrastructure. The best help often looks like sweepers more than sprinters, setting chairs, stacking books, organizing the spreadsheet that keeps a pantry honest, lifting the process that lets volunteers quit later and stay longer. You are designing usefulness to outlive your presence. Few will notice, many will benefit. That ratio is a kind one. There's a paradox here. The less you demand credit, the more trust you accrue. People learn that your offers aren't hooks. Your yes means yes, because it isn't a down payment on future compliance. You become easier to ask and easier to decline, which improves the quality of asks you receive. In this way, not needing credit ends up compounding into influence you didn't chase. The inner reward is subtler than applause and more durable. Quiet service cleans the lens through which you watch yourself. You stop rehearsing speeches to justify your worth and start doing work that justifies itself. At night, there's less residue, fewer imaginary courtrooms where you prosecute the ungrateful. You did what was fitting. That sentence begins to be enough. A small ritual helps each morning. List one job you'll do that no one will see, and one name you'll lift that isn't your own. Then, in the evening, jot a single line, useful because keep it humble, keep it true. The practice teaches your attention to look for places it can disappear into usefulness rather than appear as it. None of this argues against gratitude. Give it, ask for it when relationship health requires it. Receive it without deflecting. Just don't make gratitude the fuel. Make fitness to the good the fuel. Make fitness to the good the fuel. Does this act reduce confusion, suffering, or waste? Does it protect someone's time or dignity? If yes, proceed camera off. Helping without needing credit is also training for a larger fact. So much of what we build and love will pass beyond our names. The garden outlives the gardener. The child's kindness will not carry your watermark. The process you designed will keep sparing strangers from friction you once knew by heart. Learning to release ownership while staying available is rehearsal for meeting impermanence with an open hand rather than a fist. Prepare for loss. Stay open. You notice the first hair in the sink that wasn't there last year, the friend who takes longer to answer, the cafe that becomes a clothing store overnight. The world is a moving river pretending to be a lake. The Stoic task isn't to freeze the water, it's to learn how to cup it without clenching. Prepare for loss, yes, but don't become a statue in the process. The art is readiness without retreat. Preparation begins on the ground, not in philosophy. Put names on things that would be chaos without you. Passwords, policies, the location of papers someone else will need on a day they do not want to be looking for them. Write the will, the medical preferences, label the keys, teach the recipe, the budget, the route. It isn't morbid. It is affection written as logistics. Love that plans is love that reduces unnecessary suffering. Then widen to conversations we postpone because they feel like doors we won't know how to close. Ask the questions about family stories while the voices can still tell them. Say the sentence your pride keeps saving for a cleaner moment. Apologize. While the apologies can still be used as lumber to build a bridge rather than as flowers for a memorial. Preparation isn't only for events after a last breath, it is for all the smaller endings that don't make the news. Anticipation can turn sharp, soften it with practice. Rehearse absence as you've learned before. Picture the house after a move, the desk after a job changes shape, the armchair after an elder no longer needs it. Visit for a breath, then return to what is present with eyes rinsed of entitlement. This isn't courting sadness, it's sharpening attention so gratitude can land before the chair is empty. People often answer change by hardening. The armor works for an hour. Then the weight becomes a debt you pay with interest in isolation. The alternative is porousness with boundaries. Let feeling pass through, but don't let it carry you to reckless shores. When grief surges, give it a container. 10 minutes for the wave, a walk, the call you promised yourself you'd make, then one small useful act that keeps the world from losing both of you at once. Practice letting go in places that won't break your heart to rehearse on. Donate the jacket that you keep for a version of you that stopped visiting. Archive the project that has become a private museum to an earlier plan. Clean one shelf and leave it partly empty. The space will remind you that room for the next thing is also a form of wealth. Small relinquishments teach your hands the motion that larger ones will require. Staying open is not passive. It is choosing what to carry forward when the shape of a life changes. Continuing bonds matter. Keep the recipe card in the drawer and cook it on days when the house needs to smell like a person you miss. Play the song and let the laugh arrive in the middle eight. Speak their name in conversation as if the syllables were a room the living can still enter. Memory is not a reliquary. It's a bridge you can walk across both ways. Bodies change. Prepare without contempt. If strength fades, let competence find other routes. Better systems, clearer checklists, more honest pacing. Pride will try to argue that a slower version is a smaller version. It's wrong. The skill of adjusting without bitterness is its own athleticism. You're learning a new sport, one that prizes proportion over speed, endurance over burst. Relationships change. Stay curious. People drift not only from neglect, but from growth that took different directions. You can meet a friend again in a new climate if you arrive without a map that insists yesterday was better. Sometimes open hands discover a different way to hold. Less frequent, more precise. Sometimes they discover it's time to bless and release. Preparation and openness share this. They both refuse to make a scene out of what could be handled with a bow. Work changes. Design redundancy. Make processes that survive your absence. Teach your steps. Write runbooks that a stranger could follow on a rainy Tuesday. The ego will balk. What if I become replaceable? The deeper answer, you become promotable in the widest sense. You free your attention for next-level problems, and you leave a place kinder than you found it. That is a signature worth having. Guard against catastrophizing, dressed as prudence. Preparation that turns into constant scanning will sand your days down to chalk. Write a small rule. The plan is on paper. The life is in the room. If worry keeps knocking, schedule it like any overzealous visitor. 10 minutes after lunch, not every minute it chooses. Honor the appointment, then send it home. When loss arrives, as it will, you will not be ready in the way fantasies promise. But you can be steadier than you were, steady enough to make the call list, to eat, to sleep a little, to let tears and tasks take turns, to say yes when people offer help with honest limits for what you can hold. The measures are humble, fewer avoidable harms added to unavoidable pain, fewer bridges burned for the theater of grief, more moments of shared air where the love underneath the loss can breathe. And after the acute edge dulls, keep the door from swinging shut. Openness is how you notice the next person who needs what you learned, how a new joy can enter without tripping over the boxes you meant to unpack, how the present tense becomes a home again instead of a hallway. Preparing for endings is a way of earning your beginnings, an economy of attention that pays out in clarity when the world turns the page. If you need an image to carry, let it be a hand holding water, fingers together enough to keep what can be kept, relaxed enough to let the rest flow. The hand learns by doing, the water keeps arriving, and the lesson beneath both is older than any of us. Remembering that it all passes is not a demand to dim the lights, but an invitation to turn them on, to look directly, to speak fully, to live while we are here. Memento Mori, Memento Vivere. You tie your shoes, glance at the window, and for a breath you remember that one day you will not perform this small choreography. The lace will outlast the hand. The room will remain a room without you. The thought is not a thunderclap, more a clear bell, Memento Mori. It doesn't scold, it calibrates. The same bell carries a second tone if you listen long enough. Memento Vivere. Remember to live. The Stoics kept death close not to court gloom, but to rinse life of its blurriness. Mortality is a lens that sharpens edges without darkening the scene. Held correctly, it makes petty grievances look like dust on glass, and turns simple acts into privileges to sip, to step, to speak without hurry. The point is not to feel fragile, the point is to feel accurate. Begin with the smallest unit of the day, a conversation. Imagine it could be your last, with this person not as theater, but as a brief recalibration of tone. Would you spend it proving a point, or placing one true sentence where it could help? Would you let the cheap joke that trims them by an inch survive, or offer the softer laugh that leaves both of you taller? Mortality does not make you solemn. It makes you precise about kindness. Work changes shape too. If the hours are finite, then excellence is how we honor them. Not frantic perfectionism that burns the wick, but the craft that refuses to ship carelessly because someone will meet what you made on a tired day and need it to work. When the clock becomes real, the showy parts of a job, status, theater, performance for invisible juries, fade. What remains is the joy of being specific and useful, of leaving fewer splinters in the hands that follow yours. Remembering death also edits desire. Wanting everything is a symptom of thinking time is endless. When you admit the edge, you can choose this friend, this field, this city to belong to for a while. Limitation becomes a kind of mercy. It frees you from the exhaustion of options. You start collecting depth instead of breadth. Fewer books reread, fewer places learned by foot, fewer promises kept entirely. There's a gentler courage available when you hold both halves of the phrase. The fear of embarrassment loosens its grip when you realize the audience is temporary and kindly preoccupied with their own endings. Make the call. Ask the question. Start the class. The risk is real, and so is the waste of postponement. Memento Vivere isn't a command to chase fireworks. It's permission to start the quiet thing that keeps being postponed, because a louder thing always raises its hand. Grief fits here without being turned into a performance. When you lose someone, the slogan is not a bandage, it's a vow. Because they ended, you will treat your mornings differently. Because you end, you will treat other people's time as if it matters. You will speak names out loud. You will cook the recipe correctly and let the house smell like love doing its practical work. Living becomes a form of respect. The body, too, gets recast. One day it won't carry you. While it does, you can carry it. Move, because motion is a privilege, not because a mirror made a threat. Eat like you might want to be strong for a person you haven't met yet. Sleep as a practice of patience. Memento Mori takes the negotiation out of these choices. The gravity is built in. You don't bargain with gravity, you move well in it. If the thought scares you, keep it brief and pair it with sight. Name one thing you would miss if today ended. The steam from your mug, the fine noise of leaves, a laugh in the next room. Look at it rather than thinking about it. Attention is how fear gets metabolized into gratitude. The longer you look, the less theory you need. And when the mind slides into catastrophizing, turning every plan into a pre-eulogy, write a simple rule. The plan lives on paper. The living happens in the room. Do the paperwork, then shut the folder. Say the hard words, then go for a walk. Death in the mouth tastes like ash. Death in the eyes can taste like clarity. Let it teach, not paralyze. A quiet practice at the threshold of a day. Touch 3 things with deliberate care: keys, cup, doorframe, and let each touch be a sentence. I will not have endless keys. I will open what I can. I will not drink endless cups. I will taste this one. I will not walk through endless doors. I will choose the room my feet enter. It takes 15 seconds and returns an hour at a time to full color. None of this denies fortune's role. Luck will lift and drop you. Illness, timing, other people's choices, so much is shared weather. The reminder of endings doesn't make you immune. It makes you seaworthy. You start investing in skills that survive the forecast: proportion, repair, the ability to set a boundary without contempt, to apologize without self-erasure, to keep a promise when no one is watching. These are the currencies that hold when markets don't. If you need one sentence to carry both halves of the motto, try. Because it ends, let it count. Let the message guide one action today that would survive a skeptical retelling: a call, a line written well, a kindness given without a receipt, a refusal that protects a better yes. Then let it go. The power of the thought lies in its brief, bright contact with your choices, not in living under a permanent funeral sky. And when the day surprises you, as it will, with an unexpected turn of luck or a sudden loss of it, remember the older image behind all these practices: a wheel that turns. Death reminds you the ride has an exit. Life asks you to seat yourself well while it spins. The steadiness you've been rehearsing, attention, proportion, craft, care, becomes the hub you hold when the rim rises or drops. Fortune's wheel. Stay steady. The email lands, an invitation you didn't expect. Money you didn't think possible. Praise written in a tone you've secretly craved. The voice inside you stands a little taller, begins rearranging the future. 2 days later, the other email arrives. The contract pulled, the shipment delayed, the rumor with your name in it. The same voice shrinks and starts writing a eulogy for a career that is still breathing. Fortune's wheel turns. Your task is not to grab the rim. Your task is to hold the hub. The rim is where velocity lives: updrafts that make you feel chosen, downdrafts that make you feel cursed. The hub is proportion, what you control, the craft you practice, the promises you keep, the person you refuse to auction when the room gets loud. Stoicism doesn't deny the spinning. It teaches a stance that keeps you from becoming the spin. Blame is a gust too. Some of it will be accurate. Extract the kernel and plant it. Tighten a method, shorten a loop, apologize and repair while the harm is still small enough to hold. The rest is crosswind, someone else's weather slamming into your hull. Reduce sail area. Keep the heading. You do not need to disprove every cloud to stay afloat. Begin by describing weather like weather. Wind picked up. Rain moved in. A high-pressure system sat over the quarter. Say it that plainly, and notice how your pulse stops taking it personally. Good fortune is not proof you are a genius. Bad fortune is not proof you are a fraud. Both are tests of handling. The question isn't why me, it's what is mine to do in this gust. Praise is its own gust. If you grip it, it drags you. Accept it the way a sailor accepts fair wind. Thank you, now trim the sails. Return to your verbs. The practice after applause is small and unfashionable. Documentation, cleanup, one more honest iteration. If success arrives with new tools, use them for sturdier processes and more generous rooms rather than for taller mirrors. Gratitude without superstition. Fortune cooperated today. Craft must still carry tomorrow. There's a quieter risk on the upward arc. Identity creep. Success tries to replace I practice with I am. Guard your pronouns. Keep describing yourself with verbs. I write. I manage. I teach. I design. Nouns make thrones. Verbs make paths. On the downward arc, despair tries to do the same trick in reverse. I failed becomes I am a failure. Return to verbs there as well. I missed. I learned. I adjust. I continue. The rim speaks in titles. The hub speaks in actions. Pre-commitments help when spin tries to recruit you. Write policies in daylight, principles that don't care whether you're rising or falling. I don't pad numbers. I don't reply in heat. I end meetings on the hour. I protect deep work even when eyes are on me. When fortune lifts you, these rules stop you from selling your future for a faster climb. When fortune drops you, the same rules preserve dignity and momentum while you wait for the next breeze. Wealth and scarcity both distort vision. In plenty, you'll be tempted to inflate scope, hire headaches, promise features you secretly hope you'll never have to build. In lean seasons, you'll be tempted to panic promise, to accept misfit work, to mortgage tomorrow's trust for today's comfort. Counter both by shrinking to the square meter you can improve this week. Ship the smallest shippable, repair the most frequent break, have the conversation that unknots 3 others. The wheel can spin, your square stays real. Humility is the life jacket when the wheel lifts you. Speak less about yourself than the room invites. Let numbers carry the point. Credit the chain that held the weight. Remember how many good breaks had to align for you to call your skill inevitable. Pride is brittle. Humility bends and stays aboard. Practice symmetrical rituals for rise and fall. When something breaks your way, do one generous act that produces no press release. Name someone else's contribution. In a room that matters, hand a piece of leverage to a younger colleague. Fix a friction you've been ignoring because you could always muscle through it. When something breaks against you, do one sustaining act. Rest your body, tighten a line of code, visit a friend, cook, up or down. The move is the same. Convert mood into stewardship. Keep a ledger that fortune cannot write in. At day's end, count what you controlled. Hours of honest work, promises kept, tone guarded, appetite moderated, boundaries maintained, repairs made. This ledger is not a denial of outcomes. It's an anchor when outcomes wobble. Over months, it becomes evidence that steadiness compounds even when quarterly graphs do not. If you want an image to carry, try the potter's wheel. It spins constantly. The clay finds shape under a steady hand, not a clenched one. Press too hard, and you collapse the wall too soft, and nothing forms. The craft is pressure in proportion, water when the surface needs softening, the courage to start again when a wobble ruins the piece. Fortune supplies the turning, you supply the touch. Hope is the life jacket when the wheel drops you. Not fantasy, the stubborn belief that craft, patience, and proportion still purchase improvement in most climates. Shrink the horizon, shorten the list. Take one useful meeting with no theater. Move your body, touch a task with your full attention for 30 minutes, and refuse to forecast your whole future while doing it. Despair hates small completions. Offer it a string of them. Watch your company. In the rise, stay near people who will tell you the unflattering truths and keep you laughing at the right things. In the fall, stay near people who remember your floor and won't let you tell a story about yourself that edits out your competence. Fortune is loud. Friends who love the person beneath the weather keep the noise from narrating your life. And when the spin feels personal, return to the ground at your feet. Name the step that does not depend on weather, only on will. Take it. Then the next. The hub holds because your hands do. Here, now, one square, one verb, 1 hour no longer rented to the rim. Start where your feet are. Your mind loves airports, always boarding some later, better version of you. It prints itineraries for when things calm down, imagines the perfect window of time, the ideal mood, the uncluttered desk. Meanwhile, your feet are here, a room with ordinary light, a task with imperfect edges, a breath you can actually feel. Stoicism's invitation is unsentimental and kind. Stop living in departures. Begin where you're standing. Overwhelm is usually a stacking problem, not a moral one. 10 items fused into one shapeless dread feel impossible. Break the stack. Shrink until truthful. Name the next physical action a camera could see. Open the file. Put the pan on medium. Dial the number. Take the trash to the chute. Not the project. The movement. Motion rewrites mood more reliably than mood permits motion. Ground yourself in what the body already knows. Put both feet flat. Loosen the jaw. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale longer than you. Inhaled. Touch the table. Name 3 textures. Find one sound at mid-distance. This isn't ceremony. It's a handhold. The nervous system stops auditioning catastrophe when you anchor it to a room. Then give that calmer body 1 minute of the thing you've been postponing. Often minute 2 arrives without needing to be negotiated. Use floors, not fantasies. A floor is the smallest unit you'll do on the worst day you still show up. 300 honest words. 20 minutes moving your body. 1 sincere outreach. A single page read with full attention. Floors are how identity survives weather. Even today I keep the thread. Ceilings inspire great Tuesdays. Floors rescue doomed Thursdays. Map the square meter you can improve. You cannot reorganize the world between breakfast and lunch. You can make one process less brittle, one conversation clearer, one drawer easier to live with. Excellence scales by squares. 100 small squares turn into a room that works, then a week that works. The mind hates this because it can't boast about it. The results love it because they compound. Replace vague ambition with concrete choreography. Be a better partner becomes ask one good question at dinner and put the phone away. Catch up on work becomes batch email 11, 11:30. Deep work 1, 2:30. Stop revising drafts after the second pass. Get healthy becomes cook once, walk once, sleep before midnight. When a plan reads like a dance card instead of a manifesto, the feet know what to do. Let the room cue the act. Put tools where friction wants to steal the hour. The book lives on the chair you'll sit in. Shoes wait by the door. The instrument leaves its case. Tomorrow's document greets you with the first ugly paragraph already written, so you begin by editing instead of bargaining. Good environments are silent coaches. Arrange them so the next right move is rude to ignore. Cut negotiations with later. I'll start when I feel ready is code for I prefer fantasy to friction. Readiness is mostly a rumor. Start unready and become ready in motion. The line between planning and procrastination is whether the plan reduces the time to first action. If it doesn't, plan less. 10 minutes organizing the task is useful. 90 is set designed for a play you never intend to stage. When distractions yell, don't sermonize. Schedule them. Promise your appetite a time. News at 4. Inbox at 11 and 4. Scroll after the walk. Delaying is easier than denying. And a mind that trusts it will be fed later stops raiding the pantry every 5 minutes. Keep the promise or the trick stops working. Your appetites are precise accountants. Use the smallest possible stakes to get leverage. Tell one person you'll text a photo of the finished page by noon. Put a timer where you can see it, not hear it, and let sand move instead of seconds. Shout, stand for the first email. Sit for the second. Change posture to mark the moment you shift from reacting to making. These micro-theatrics matter because the brain believes what the body enacts. Expect resistance and design for it. If mornings are fragile, prep at night, like a parent packing a bag for a beloved, forgetful child. If afternoons sag, place the kindest, most mechanical task at 2 dishes filing a walk, so the day doesn't derail when ambition dips. If evenings expand into sludge, set a hard stop and a small closing ritual. Clear the surface, write one line about what worked, leave tomorrow a breadcrumb trail. When anxiety insists the whole future must be solved before you begin, zoom out, then in, from the balcony. What is truly at stake? Usually less than your adrenaline claims. From the floor, what would a good first hour look like, independent of the outcome? Do that hour. Let results be late. They're always late. Your job is method. Keep the tone plain. The voice that loves grandeur will say, transform your life. The useful voice says, do the next honest piece of work. Wash the pan with attention. Write the sentence you're avoiding. Move the meeting forward by naming the decision. Call the person. You're not dismissing big aims. You're building a road that could actually carry them. There's mercy in this focus. Starting where you are gives others a better version of you to meet. The partner who gets your undistracted face for 10 minutes prefers it to a distracted 30. The colleague who receives one clear deliverable prefers it to 5 apologies and a flourish. Presence is efficient. It wastes less life for everyone in the room. And yes, sometimes the next step is not glamorous. It's the small, inconvenient task that makes everything after it cleaner. The phone call you'd rather postpone. The truth you'd rather sand. The draft you'd rather research for 3 more days so you can avoid being imperfect in public. Starting where your feet are reveals the fork, easy now or good later. The way you choose at that fork determines more of your peace than any philosophy printed on a mug. Choose the hard, good thing. The fork is ordinary and constant. Answer now with a flattering half-truth, or write the awkward correction and risk silence. Ship the slide deck that looks impressive, or the unglamorous fix that actually removes the bug. Scroll the hour away, or call the person who'll be relieved to hear from you. One path is easy now. The other is hard good. Stoicism doesn't romanticize pain. It simply knows that peace has a price, and most of it is paid up front. Hard good often hides behind small doors. It is the first 5 minutes of honest work when anxiety wants to host a planning meeting. It is documenting the process. No one applauds so the next person inherits clarity instead of guesswork. It is telling the truth without the second paragraph that keeps your pride upright. It is going for a walk when the couch feels magnetic. It is cooking real food on a night when the drive-thru whispers your name. None of this is cinematic. All of it is civilization. A clean test helps. Would this still be good if no one knew? If the answer is yes, it belongs on your list. Another test, does this choice reduce suffering later? Mine, theirs, or the strangers who will use what I'm building? If yes, you've likely found the load-bearing beam. Easy now often produces interest payments in resentment, repair, and self-respect. Hard good tends to pay dividends where you actually live, sleep, trust, competence, a schedule that makes sense. To choose well, shrink the scene. Big moral language invites theater. Small verbs invite motion. Don't vow to be courageous. Say, I will send the terse, kind email today. Don't declare a renaissance. Say, I will write 300 honest words before noon. Don't promise a transformation. Say, I will leave the meeting on time. The hard good thing is usually obvious once you've described the room accurately. Be wary of counterfeit hardness. Some difficulty is just vanity and heavy boots, grand gestures that cost a lot and change little. The right kind of hard has 3 traits. It's proportionate to the problem, it preserves future options, and it makes someone else's day lighter or truer. Training in the rain for bragging rights fails the test. Training in the rain because you promised yourself to move your body whatever the weather usually passes. Pre-commitments protect you when heat rises. Write policy in daylight. No replying inside the hour when I'm angry. No yes to new projects after Wednesday. No working past 9. Rules lower the cognitive load at the fork. You just keep the promise you already made. If you must bend, say so out loud. I'm making an exception once. The rule returns tomorrow, so the exception doesn't become your new religion. Design friction in your favor. Put the hard good thing closer and the easy now thing farther. Notes on the desk that tell you the first sentence to write. Shoes by the door, not in a closet that requires a negotiation. The scrolling machine in another room. A timer that flips and says, finish this block, then decide again. Your environment will either tax your resolve or pay it interest. Arrange it to be an ally. Pair the choice with a story your hands believe. I'm someone who leaves places better than I found them. Then do the smallest act that proves the sentence. Clear the counter, fix the bug, apologize. Self-respect is local. It doesn't respond to slogans. It responds to consistent acts small enough to repeat. Expect to lose certain pleasures when you choose hard good. You'll miss the spike of being right in public, the buzz of being busy instead of useful, the relief of delay. Trade them for quieter payoffs. The absence of residue after a clean. The competence that comes from finishing instead of performing. The way sleep fits when you didn't sell tomorrow to fund tonight. These returns aren't loud. They are durable. You'll still get it wrong. You'll pick hard pointless and call it virtue. You'll pick easy now and be smooth about the reasons. Repair quickly. Hard good often begins as an apology. I was sharp. Here's the fix. I'm behind. Here's a realistic timeline. I promised too much. Here's what I can sustain. The longer you wait to pivot, the more you spend on theater. Turn sooner. Use the balcony when the fork is foggy. From above, ask which choice will I be proud to have made if the outcome goes against me. If the customer leaves anyway, if the pitch fails, if the relationship doesn't survive, what action lets future me say, we acted fairly, clearly, kindly. Hard good is often the one that survives a skeptical retelling by someone who doesn't love you. Practice in low stakes, so the muscle is there for high ones. Take the slower line without your phone. Say, I don't know in a meeting, and ask the next question anyway. End a pleasant evening 10 minutes early, so tomorrow's version of you gets to keep their promise to themselves. Courage rehearsed small becomes courage available big. Celebrate properly afterward, not with self-congratulation that revives the audience you were trying to retire, but with savoring. Notice the way the room feels after the bug is gone. Notice how the call lifted weight from another person's shoulders. Notice how the air tastes when you kept a small vow. Savoring is fuel for repetition. It teaches the nervous system that this is a path worth walking again. If you need a pocket sentence, try choose the move that keeps me someone I would hire, marry, befriend, or rely on. That phrasing smuggles in a useful witness, the future you who must live with the story. They are stricter and kinder than the crowd. When their vote wins, the rest of the day arranges itself with fewer arguments. The world will still run on headlines and halos, on flashy wins and fast reputations. You'll be tempted to tilt toward what can be seen and scored. But the quiet ledger that matters most is kept in a room with no audience. The one where you cash the checks you wrote with your mouth. The one where you either trust yourself or don't. The next turn isn't about being admired for the choice. It's about being the kind of person who could make it again without applause. Character over reputation. A hallway whispers your name. Somewhere a thread argues about something you wrote. Praise and skepticism arrive on the same morning, and for a few minutes, your pulse tries to take a vote. The temptation is old. Adjust yourself to the room. Polish the version of you that plays well. Harvest approval like weather. Stoicism offers a steadier bargain. Reputation is weather. Character is climate. One you monitor, the other you make. Character is the pattern of choices you return to when no one is scoring. It's the boundary you keep when flattery is loud, the apology you make without a press release, the careful sentence you send when a clever one would win faster but break something real. It is private competence and public kindness, repeated often enough that the repetition becomes furniture. Furniture doesn't ask for applause, it holds the weight. Reputation, on good days, is a report about your past that strangers pass along. On bad days, it's an echo with feedback. You can influence it. Sometimes you cannot steer it without paying too much. People mishear, misremember, mistake your methods for motives. If you contort to manage every misunderstanding, you build a life shaped like a comment section, busy, brittle, owned by weather you don't control. Now and then, reputation will be useful. Doors open because someone else spoke your name kindly. Accept the gift, then hand it to your character. The work still needs to be done the way you would do it if no one were watching, with accuracy, with boundaries, with care for the invisible person who will touch the thing you're making on a tired day. When applause recedes, the craft remains. That is the truth worth aiming at. A practical way to shift weight from image to substance is to keep a private ledger that reputation can't write in. At day's end, count what you controlled. Promises kept, tone guarded, repairs made, appetites moderated, attention spent on real people and real tasks. The numbers are small and unphotogenic. Over months, they become a climate. Less drama, fewer messes, work you'd hire again if you met it as a stranger. Language helps. Trade identity slogans for verbs. Not "I'm principled, but I didn't pad the numbers." Not "I'm compassionate, but I sat, asked, and stayed helpful without taking over." Not "I'm disciplined, but I shut the laptop at 9, even when the room applauded busyness." Verbs give your hands a job. Nouns give your ego a plaque. The former builds character. The latter fishes for reputation. There's a clean test in moments of pressure. Imagine the outcome goes against you. The client leaves anyway. The rumor sticks. The decision costs you a comfortable seat. Which action would you still be proud to have taken in that darker timeline? Choose that one. Reputation courts a favorable verdict. Character chooses the move that survives a skeptical retelling. It is a relief to let that be enough. This doesn't mean indifference to feedback. The person you intend to be is not infallible. When criticism contains a kernel, plant it. Change the process that keeps failing others. Apologize without autobiography. But don't hand the keys of your moral weather to the loudest sky. A just boundary may still anger someone invested in your endless availability. A careful truth may still offend someone loyal to a more flattering story. You can be decent and disliked. You can be praised and wrong. Character is the compass when the map is noisy. Social life complicates this because groups bond over mirrors. They ask you to reflect opinions you don't hold yet, to prove loyalty by rehearsing outrage or adopting a tone that isn't yours. The quiet courage here is to belong without becoming. Speak plainly in your voice. Give credit. Decline the little cruelties that pass for wit. When you cannot match a room's values, leave without theatrics. A graceful exit is a character move that reputation rarely understands in the moment. At home, character looks like boredom made sacred. The dish washed because someone will use it next. The bedtime kept because small bodies depend on adults who keep time. The lock checked. The plan explained. The repair started now, not when resentment has arranged a trial. None of this will trend. All of it builds a climate children and partners can breathe in. Most love is maintenance. Most maintenance is character. A humbler practice can keep you honest. Do one useful act each day that no one can trace to you. Fix the dock, stack the chairs, sweep the step. Then tell on someone else. Accurately praise quiet excellence in a room that matters. This unhooks your help from your image and trains your mouth to widen light. Over time, people trust you with sharper questions because they learn you don't spend their words to buy your own shine. There will be slippage. You'll chase a compliment and miss your standard, accept an invitation to perform outrage, defend a mistake longer than it deserved because surrender felt like a dent. Repair quickly. Character doesn't pretend purity, it practices return. I was unkind. Here's the fix. I overpromised. Here's a smaller, real one. I was wrong. Thank you. Each return adds to the climate. Each hour spent defending a mask changes only the weather. If you need a sentence to carry, try be the person whose private life would not surprise your public one. Let that guide small design choices, calendar that matches your claims, money that matches your mouth, emails that match the tone you would keep if they were read aloud by someone who didn't love you. Quiet consistency is slow, but it prints its own reputation eventually, and if it doesn't, you still get the better prize, sleeping beside a self you recognize. And this is where the old word the Stoics loved rises with its original warmth. The aim was never applause. It was flourishing. A day arranged around the good you can actually do, a day of clear roles, clean methods, right-sized appetites, and a handful of human gestures tends to feel lived from the inside, not displayed. Call it a kind of inner weather that leaves the air sweet for others too. When you can sense that climate forming, even in small patches, you're closer to the thing all the virtues were hired to serve. Eudaimonia, a well-lived day. You wake before the world remembers its volume. The kettle clicks, the window is a pale square, and the cup warms your hands like a small vow. You take stock, not to draft a hero's itinerary, but to set a bearing. What is mine today, what is not? Which role speaks first? What floor will keep my thread if the ceiling collapses? The thought of endings sharpens the edges, Memento Mori, and with it a quieter permission to savor, Memento Vivere. You breathe once longer than usual, and begin. A well-lived day does not announce itself with trumpets. It is built from small alignments repeated until they feel like furniture. You guard the gate of attention without theater. The phone stays asleep. The first 30 minutes belong to a verb, not a feed. You choose a single act that requires a little backbone. Send the plain note, open the stubborn file, ask the clarifying question you usually rehearse to the ceiling at 2 a.m., and give it your cleanest hour. Mood follows motion. The wheel turns from the hub. When interruption arrives, and it always does, you handle weather like weather. A sharp message lands. You name what happened without adding flames. A harsh email arrived. My body is on alert. Breath buys a hinge. You answer with description, boundary, and one workable next step. Respect remains possible in the room because someone chose proportion over performance. That choice costs a small pleasure, the spike of winning, but buys a larger one, a day that doesn't need an hour of repair. Work becomes craft when you attend to method more than mirrors. You aim at what survives a power outage, clear prose, processes a stranger could follow on a rainy Tuesday, handoffs that make the next person's path smoother than yours was. You give credit out loud and keep receipts quietly. Reputation can do what it wants. Character stays at the table, tightening a bolt. Others won't see. You prefer useful to dazzling, and the room relaxes because useful keeps its promises. Midday, you step outside. Clouds drag their sleeve over the city. A sparrow argues with gravity and wins. You practice the view from above until scale returns. You are small but not nothing, one set of hands inside a larger choreography. The quarrel in your head loses altitude. The person in front of you regains face. You return to your square meter steadier, less available to panic, more available to the next honest piece of work. You spend money like attention with care. Preferred things are welcomed as tools, not thrones. A sturdy pan, shoes that make walking a pleasure, a book that keeps teaching after it closes. Indifferents are held lightly. If the train is late, you rid. If praise arrives, you say thank you and trim the sails. If blame arrives, you plant the kernel and let the chaff fly. Fortune's wheel turns. Your job is the center. Courage to act, wisdom to see, temperance to regulate appetite, justice to widen the circle of concern. In rooms with people you love, you make boredom sacred. Dishes are washed like a promise. You put the phone in another room and listen until the story finds its shape. You say one true sentence sooner than your pride prefers, and you speak a boundary in warm words before resentment drafts a play. You decline the little joke that trims someone by an inch. Maintenance becomes devotion. The ordinary becomes precise. If someone needs you, you stay human without dissolving. You feel with them and then act inside what is possible. I can sit for half an hour. I can drive you Thursday. I can help make a plan. You widen the circle when the need outgrows your hands, and you let gratitude pass through you without recruiting debt. Compassion remains fuel, not theater. Afternoon sags, you design for it without shame. A walk, a glass of water, a small mechanical task that returns momentum. You keep your policy in place. No heated replies inside the hour. No new commitments after Wednesday. Meetings with decisions or no meetings. Boundaries are quiet, consistent, and believable because you keep them when no one is watching. As the light moves across the room, you help in ways that don't require a spotlight. You fix the dock, stack the chairs, straighten the process, send a note naming someone else's quiet excellence. The ego mumbles about credit. You answer with work that reduces friction for strangers. You will sleep more easily because the scoreboard in your head learned to count usefulness over applause. Evening is a gentle audit, not a trial. You describe the day in dry lines, what was done, where you drifted, what small repair you can make before the door closes. You praise what aligned with the person you intend to be, tone kept, promise met, appetite moderated, and you set one lever for tomorrow that a tired version of you could still pull. Regret gets 5 minutes, then it has to leave. You end with a little care for the machine that carries you. Food that looks like itself, a room put back into order, the first page of tomorrow's task already roughed in, so morning begins on rails. If grief visits, you give it a container. If joy visits, you let it linger without asking it to perform. You touch the doorframe before bed as if it were a bell. It ends, so let it count. Eudaimonia is less a mood than a texture. It feels like rooms that breathe. Hours that have edges, a body you steward and forgive, a voice that chooses clear words when heat would be easier, a schedule that leaves time to be the person you claim to admire. It is the quiet confidence of having traded easy now for good later often enough that later has started to arrive. It is the relief of meeting your own eyes in a window and not needing to look away. No day will hold it perfectly. Weather wins sometimes, but the shape you keep practicing, attention, proportion, service, steadiness, prints itself on the hours until the hours begin to conspire in your favor. You don't become immune to fortune, you become hospitable to life. And in that hospitality, the simplest acts regain their power, tying your shoes, washing a cup, saying a sentence that protects what you love. A well-lived day is just many such acts, kept quietly until the life they compose feels like a place you're glad to live. If the room feels a little quieter now, a cup, a chair, you're breathing, that's enough to carry with you. You don't need the whole philosophy in your pocket, just a small sentence, do the next honest piece of work. A small practice, a breath before you answer. A small promise, keep the thread, even if the ceiling tilts. When the day opens, accept its good weather with craft. When it narrows, walk it with proportion. Guard your attention like a commons. Choose the hard, good thing when you can. Let compassion pass through without emptying you. And when fortune's wheel turns as it always does, you'll still feel your hands on the hub. Before sleep, set down what isn't yours to hold. Praise what aligned. Repair one small thing. Leave tomorrow a breadcrumb it can follow without negotiation. Touch the doorframe, like a quiet bell, it ends, so let it count. If this kept you company, you can leave a small trace, tap the like so the algorithm knows to build more rooms like this. Share a line or a moment in the comments for others who wander in later, and if you'd like to return to this pace, subscribe and let the next long quiet find you. Thank you for being here. When the light changes, begin again where your feet are.